Chapter 3699. When the Iron Blood War flag swept up the residents of Black Frost City and fled, Zhan Wuhen made a brazen move. He didn't seem to make any movements, but his figure suddenly appeared in front of Huang Wuji, his fist wrapped in the will of heaven and earth, raging with its power. Huang Wuji's eyes flashed wildly, and his open arms slammed together in front of him, catching Zhan Wuhen's punch with a bang. Demonic Qi tumbled and Emperor Qi surged. In the sky, two balls of light, one black and one red, collided with each other like two planets colliding. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and with the two as the epicenter, the void shattered inch by inch like a mirror. Huang Wuji's face was ferocious, as if he was trying his best to resist Zhan Wuhen's fierce attack, but he laughed loudly, "Many thanks." Zhan Wuhen's expression didn't change. Although he knew what the consequences of his punch would be, he had to do it. He wanted to pull back his fist, but Huang Wuji clamped his fist tightly, not giving him any chance at all. However, Zhan Wuhen didn't panic. When he activated his Emperor Qi, his fist energy overlapped like 3 layers of waves, each more ferocious than the last. Huang Wuji operated his secret art to dissolve the force, his demonic Qi whistling nonstop. However, he was in a passive position to clamp down on Zhan Wuhen, and this was the star boundary. How could he compete with Zhan Wuhen like this? A moment later, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, but Huang Wuji laughed wildly, unmoved. Suddenly, rolling demonic Qi shot out from the distance like a dragon, rushing into the shattered void. The demonic Qi was like ink, dyeing the sky black. In an instant, a black spot appeared between heaven and earth. This spot was no different from the one that appeared on the battlefield in the Western Territory. It was a tunnel that connected the two worlds. Zhan Wuhen was suddenly enlightened. Only now did he understand the intentions of the Devil Saints. The battle in the Western Territory was just a cover. The Demon Saints' real goal was to completely open up the connection between the astral plane and the Demon Territory. However, he didn't quite understand. Qin Yi had been able to open the passageway between the two realms because of a special reason. He could use himself as a bridge to connect the two realms. How did Huang Wuji do it? He was the demon saint of the demon race and had nothing to do with the astral boundary. Although the battle between him and Yang Kai had caused the void of the star boundary to become unstable and the heaven and earth barrier to weaken, it was not to the extent that it would be broken so easily. So how could he build a bridge with himself? Were there any other powerful forces in the demon territory that could provide support? Otherwise, how could he have done this? Also, where did the demonic Qi that was shooting over from afar come from? Since Desolate Infinite was in such a situation, the other 9 demons saint must be in the same situation as well. A single passageway between the two realms in the Western Territory was enough to make the astral boundary's entire military force stand a chance. If 10 such passageways appeared in the astral boundary, who could stop the invasion of the demon race? There was no time to think. Zhan Wuhen only knew that if he didn't quickly deal with Desolate Infinite, the astral boundary would definitely face a great disaster. In his fury, he unleashed 120% of his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, blood continuously flowed from the corner of Desolate Infinite's mouth, but his smile became even more deranged. The newly formed ink spot was not large, only a few dozen feet in radius. However, the aura of another world came from the other end of the ink spot. Zhan Wuhen had also been to the demon territory, so he naturally sensed that this aura was the aura of the demon territory. The two realms were connected. In the next instant, Zhan Wuhen's expression changed. He looked up and saw an unimaginable amount of demonic Qi gushing out from the ink spot. It was endless and unending. Previously, the demonic Qi that had shot over from afar was already massive enough, but it had only opened up a passageway between the two worlds with a radius of around 100 feet. However, at this moment, the demonic Qi that was surging out from the new passageway was more than 100 or 1,000 times more powerful than before. The demonic Qi was like nutrients. Every time a little bit gushed out from the passageway would expand a little. In just a few breaths, the passageway that was originally only a few dozen feet in radius suddenly expanded to 100 feet. Moreover, it didn't slow down and continued to expand. As far as the eye could see, the sky seemed to be covered by thick and heavy dark clouds. It also seemed to be filled with ink. In this place filled with ink, the laws of the two worlds intersected and merged, turning the vast world into the demon land. Zhan Wuhen shouted angrily, "Open!" The muscles on his arm were tight. Under the raging laws, his fist, which had been suppressed all this time, suddenly punched forward and hit Endless Desolation's chest. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Even though Endless Desolation was the #1 demon saint in the demon territory, he didn't have much of an advantage in this situation where he could only defend and couldn't attack. Zhan Wuhen's punch had already caused him to suffer serious injuries. However, Huang Wuji refused to let go no matter what. His demonic qi surged wildly as he tried to wrap around Zhan Wuhen. He looked like he was going to take him down with him even if he had to die. He couldn't stop laughing as he said, "The great emperor of iron and blood lives up to his name." An intimidating pressure descended from the sky. The pressure was so strong that even Zhan Wuhen's expression changed. He looked at Huang Wuji in shock and bewilderment, only to see that his mouth was full of blood. He chuckled and said, "He's here." These words were inexplicable, but as soon as he finished speaking, a giant hand that covered the sky descended from the huge ink, reaching towards the two people who were in a deadlock. The speed of the giant hand was very slow, but as it fell, the world seemed to collapse. With every inch it fell, Zhan Wuhen's shoulders became heavier. He wanted to escape, but Endless Desolation didn't give him the chance. He would rather suffer injuries than let him escape. It seemed like only a moment had passed, but it also seemed like many years had passed. When the giant hand that covered the sky grabbed down, the demonic qi that filled the sky suddenly dispersed. The already eroded demon land suddenly expanded by several hundred li. Meanwhile, Zhan Wuhen and Endless Desolation, who had been in a deadlock, both disappeared. There were 9 other similar scenes in the astral boundary. The 13 demon saint disappeared, and so did the 7 great emperors. Under the clear sky, 10 more demon lands appeared in the astral boundary. The rolling demonic qi was still eroding the demon land from the demon territory, constantly expanding the area of the demon land. The speed was extremely fast, and it took less than the time to drink a cup of tea before the movement gradually disappeared. Above the demon land, armies of the demon race crossed the boundary and appeared in an orderly manner. A great disaster descended in an instant. On the battlefield in the Western Territory, Yang Kai's face was pale, and cold sweat kept sliding down his forehead. Li Wui had never seen him lose his composure like this before. He quickly asked, "What happened? What did you mean by the heaven and earth barrier just now?" Yang Kai turned to look at him, his pupils shrinking to the size of a needle. He took a deep breath and said, "Just now, I felt the heaven and earth barrier suddenly become much weaker, and then it was broken. There were 10 places in total." It was impossible for ordinary people in the emperor realm to sense these things, not even fake emperors. However, Yang Kai had inherited the legacy of the great emperors and was recognized by the will of heaven and earth. If there were any changes in heaven and earth, he would naturally be able to sense them. As soon as he said this, all the commanders were in an uproar. Li Wui frowned and said, "Perhaps the great emperors are fighting with them." Every action of the great emperors involved the heaven and earth. The demon saint was a powerful enemy, and if they really fought, it would definitely cause a landslide. It was not surprising that the heaven and earth would be affected. When the demon race first invaded the astral boundary more than 10 years ago, the great emperors did not dare to act rashly because of this concern. But now that the demon saint had arrived, they had no choice but to act even if they had this concern. Hearing this, all the commanders nodded in agreement. Yang Kai's face was still pale as he stared fixedly at Li Wui and said, "The auras of the great emperors have disappeared." The hustle and bustle came to an abrupt end as everyone stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Li Wui's eyes narrowed as he asked in a deep voice, "Which one is it?" Yang Kai gulped and said bitterly, "Everyone." "Impossible." Li Wui blurted out. It was indeed impossible. The great emperors already stood at the peak of this world. No matter how strong the demon saint was, it was not necessarily stronger than them. Moreover, the great emperors always had some natural advantages when fighting with the demon saint in the astral boundary. How could they just disappear for no reason? If it was one or two of them, it might be possible, but if it was all of them, Li Wui would be the first to not believe it. Li Wui knew that Yang Kai would not speak without thinking. Since he said so, he must have sensed something. Then he remembered that he did not get a reply from Zheng Wuhen just now, so he could not help but frown. He took out a space spirit bead and activated the space spirit bead's power with his divine sense. Li Wui's expression sank as the space principles fluctuated. This space spirit bead was connected to the martial beast Mo Huang. If the great emperors were still in this world, Li Wui would be able to instantly reach Mo Huang's side as long as it was not in a great array that isolated the world. But now that the space spirit bead did not react after it was activated, there could only be three possibilities. The first possibility was that the space spirit bead in Mo Huang's hand had shattered. How could the space spirit bead in Mo Huang's hand shatter for no reason unless he was dead? The second possibility was that Mo Huang was in a great array that isolated the world, so the space spirit bead did not work. But what great array in this world could stop the great emperors? Then there was only one last possibility left. Mo Huang was not in this world. Seeing Li Wui take out the space spirit bead to verify, Yang Kai immediately took out a space spirit bead as well. This space spirit bead was connected to Yu Rumeng, but after the space principles fluctuated, it encountered the same result as Li Wui. The two of them looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. The great emperors had really disappeared, and they had disappeared at the same time. This was a big mess. If the great emperors did not come out, who could stop the demon saint? Could they have gone to the territory of demons? Li Wui guessed. Yang Kai nodded and said, "It's possible, but how could they have disappeared at the same time?" Yang Kai could not understand this. The great emperors had chased in 10 different directions before, so logically speaking, they should have encountered different things. So how could they have disappeared at the same time? Chapter 3700. Although he thought so, Yang Kai didn't say it out loud. This matter was of great importance. If it were to spread, it would inevitably affect the morale of the star boundary, so he could only extrapolate on the positive side. In this current situation, the great emperors being in the demon territory was the best result. "Master, I'll go to the demon territory to take a look." Yang Kai took the initiative to volunteer. He had the space spirit bead that could communicate with Yu Rumeng, so if the missing great emperors were in the demon territory, he only needed to go in and investigate. Li Wui pondered for a while before waving his hand and saying, "Don't be in such a hurry. At the very least, we need to figure out what happened to the great emperors before making any plans." Yang Kai could only nod when he heard this. Although there was a worried look on his face, the anxiety in his heart had subsided a lot. Just now, he had noticed that the auras of the great emperors had disappeared in an instant, which had really frightened him, but now that he had calmed down and thought about it carefully, how could the great emperors suddenly meet with misfortune? Even if they had encountered some trouble, there would definitely be no danger to their lives. The great emperors and the demon saint were chasing after each other, so the commotion they caused would definitely not be too small. At this time, they only needed to inquire a little and they would be able to find some clues. Immediately, with Li Wui taking the lead, the various corps commanders took out the space spirit bead and sent out jade slips to the 4 territories of the star boundary to inquire about information. While waiting quietly, Yang Kai suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Today's events had been changing one after another. First, the demon race in the star boundary had gone crazy, not recognizing their own family and friends, and the millions of soldiers had killed each other. Then, the world barrier had shattered, and the auras of the great emperors had disappeared. Not long after, another change occurred. When Yang Kai looked over, he saw a black dot the size of a needle appear out of thin air, as if someone had dropped a drop of ink into the void. The ink spread out, soaking the star boundary, and in the blink of an eye, it expanded a little. Rolling demonic chi escaped from the black dot, turning the vast world into a demon land. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Everyone noticed the change in his expression and followed his gaze. In the next instant, their expressions changed. Everyone present was a top-notch cultivator. Naturally, their eyesight was extraordinary. Although the change in the heavens and earth was a little far away, everyone could still see it clearly. A channel between the two worlds? Fu Renjie exclaimed, How could there be a channel between the two worlds over there? For a long time, everyone had thought that there was only one channel between the two worlds, which was the center surrounded by the coiling dragon great array. After all, the place where the two worlds were connected was definitely the place where the world barrier between the two worlds was the weakest, and such places were generally very rare. Therefore, Li Wui arranged the great array and the core of the star boundary all stared at the channel between the two worlds. Yang Kai had entered the depths of the star boundary army alone and sealed the channel between the two worlds, laying the foundation for the star boundary army's victory. Although the demon race had killed each other afterwards, the sealing of the channel between the two worlds had resolved the worries of the star boundary army. But now, in the distant sky, another channel between the two worlds had appeared. How could everyone not be shocked? Where did this channel between the two worlds come from? Before anyone could figure it out, Yang Kai had already soared into the sky and pounced in that direction. No matter how this channel between the two worlds had appeared, it was best to seal it as soon as possible. As soon as Yang Kai moved, Li Wui also quickly followed. Many corps commanders and even the half-saint of demon race also rose into the sky. In an instant, many masters rushed towards the demon land. Before they arrived, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and saw an army of the demon race crossing the demon land. This army was at its peak, and there were several powerful auras lingering in the air. Yang Kai's brazen charge naturally attracted attention. In the demon land, more than a dozen sharp gazes looked over from afar. The demon king in the lead was sitting on a tall demonic beast with a mocking smile on his face and bloodthirsty eyes. When he waved his hand, the army of the demon race that had crossed the border stood ready, waiting for Yang Kai to walk right into their trap. But soon, the demon king could no longer smile as a large number of streams of light followed closely behind Yang Kai. These streams of light all exuded auras that made one's scalp tingle. The demon king was horrified. How could he not know that he had fallen into a tiger's den? Clamping his legs together, the demonic beast beneath him hurriedly turned around, wanting to rush back into the channel between the two worlds. But at this moment, the army of the demon race was still pouring in from the other end of the channel between the two worlds, so how could he return in a short time? In a moment of desperation, the demon king's demonic chi surged as he attacked without mercy, forcibly cutting a bloody path through his own camp. The surrounding demon race were all shocked, not knowing what their demon king was thinking. Dragon! Transform! A loud shout came from the sky. The demon race raised their heads and saw a resounding dragon roar coming from the sky, shaking heaven and earth. A small figure suddenly swelled up, turning into a huge monster that smashed into the center of the army. Like a meteorite falling from the sky, when Yang Kai's 300-meter-long body landed, the earth trembled violently and a violent shockwave spread out from where his feet landed, causing the demon race army in a radius of several kilometers to be thrown off their feet. Yang Kai slowly straightened his body, looking as majestic as a mountain. His pair of pale golden dragon eyes were filled with endless majesty. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The demon king, who was leading the fleeing army, felt the space around him tighten. He felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, and the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. In a panic, he roared and turned around, thrusting the demonic treasure spear in his hand. Asterisk clang. Asterisk sparks flew in all directions, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. The spear hit the back of Yang Kai's hand, covering it with dragon scales, leaving only a white mark. However, that big hand had already seized the heaven and earth, and caught the demon king in the palm of his hand by a hair's breadth. With a fierce squeeze, the demon king let out an earth-shattering scream, and the sound of bones shattering rang out. When Yang Kai's demonic chi surged, both man and beast exploded into fine powder. For the current Yang Kai, killing a demon king didn't even require a second move. He could even fight to the death with a fake emperor, so what was a demon king worth? After killing a demon king with a single grab, Yang Kai leaned back slightly, his chest caved in, and took a deep breath. This breath seemed to suck the heaven and earth away. Amidst the whistling of the wind, the surrounding demon race members couldn't stand still, and those with weaker cultivation were sucked towards him. Just as the demon race members thought they were about to be swallowed, Yang Kai exhaled. A dragon's roar shook the sky, and scorching flames swept out, instantly turning the area in front of him into an empty space. The dragon race had countless secret techniques, each with its own unique characteristics, but Yang Kai only loved the fire dragon's breath because it was extremely lethal. Perhaps it was also because Zhu Qing was a fire dragon. In the area covered by the dragon's breath, the demon race members died. Without waiting for Yang Kai to spit a second time, the commanders of the various armies had already arrived. There weren't many of them, only 30 or so, but many of them were fake emperors, and even the weakest was a third-layer emperor. Like a group of ferocious tigers in a flock of sheep, they spread out and started killing without a word. On the other hand, the half-saint of demon race members stopped not far away and didn't make a move. Although they had followed Yu Rumeng and the others to the star boundary, they were still members of the demon race and couldn't bear to slaughter their own kind. There was no need for them to participate in this one-sided battle. This army that had crossed over from the demon territory didn't have a half-saint in command, or perhaps they originally did, but they had already fled when they sensed that something was wrong. The strongest remaining was only a high-ranked demon king. Although there were many of them, how could they resist the joint attack of a group of commanders? The army was defeated like a landslide. They had crossed over excitedly, thinking that they would be able to reap a bountiful harvest, but who would have thought that they would fall into a tiger's den? Several 100,000 demon race members were completely defeated before they could do anything. Behind them was the passage between the two worlds. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the demon race members naturally fled towards the passage. Yang Kai and the others pursued them all the way into the demon territory. Along the way, corpses were everywhere. Only then did they sound the gong to retreat. Half an hour later, under the black dot, a group of commanders returned from the demon territory one after another. Yang Kai was the last to return. Seeing him appear, Li Wui immediately looked over and asked anxiously, "How was it?" Yang Kai shook his head. Li Wui frowned. "I also tried, but the space spirit bead didn't respond." Yang Kai said, "The situation in the demon territory is special. The continents are connected to each other through the realm gate, but they are also independent. Each continent can be considered a small world. If the great emperors are really in the demon territory, it's not strange that the space spirit bead can't contact them. Perhaps they are on another continent." Li Wui nodded. "That's the only possibility." He then looked up at the sky and said, "The situation here is a little different from the passage between the two worlds. Can you seal it?" Li Wui noticed the difference here, so how could Yang Kai not? This didn't seem to be a simple passage connecting two worlds. Instead, it gave Yang Kai a feeling that it was more like the influence of a great world, just like when his own Hung Luo star field was swallowed up by the Grand Desolation star field. "I'll try." Yang Kai nodded gently, flew up, and took a deep breath, his space principles fluctuating. It was not until more than 2 hours later that Yang Kai landed with a pale face and a head full of sweat. Clearly, he had consumed a lot of energy. In the sky, the black dot had disappeared, clearly sealed, but the contaminated demon land showed no signs of recovery. The demonic chi was everywhere, and the demon intent was clear. Standing here, an ordinary cultivator would feel extremely uncomfortable. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai was stunned. Where is everyone? Nearby, Li Wui and the others were nowhere to be seen. Even the core commanders had disappeared. 90% of the half-saint of demon race was gone, leaving only the Lotus Sisters waiting. Just now, when he was sealing the passage between the two worlds, he noticed some movement below, but at the critical moment of sealing, he didn't pay much attention to it and only noticed it now. Black Lotus stepped forward and handed a jade slip to Yang Kai. "Li Wui asked us to give this to you. He said you will understand after you read it." Yang Kai frowned and took it, his divine sense surging as he probed the jade slip. After a quick scan, his expression changed drastically and he cried out, "How could this be?" Chapter 3701. When the passage between the two worlds opened for the second time, the 10 demon saint from the demon race crossed over, and the great emperors left in hot pursuit. A few days later, a sudden change occurred. The demon race's 10 million troops lost their minds and killed each other. At the same time, the great emperors disappeared, and the demon saint went into hiding. On the same day, in different locations of the 4 territories of the star boundary, there were signs of the connection between the two worlds. The star boundary was eroded by the demon territory, and the heaven and earth barrier was shattered. A large area of beautiful mountains and rivers turned into demon land. The demon race's troops crossed over from different demon land, and with the various demon land as their base, they gradually spread out and invaded the star boundary. The star boundary was in chaos. When Yang Kai was sealing the passage between the two worlds, the various army commanders received information that more than 30 demon land had been born in the 4 territories of the star boundary, and they were scattered all over the place. This was only the information obtained in a short period of time, so the real number was probably even higher. The jade scroll that the Lien sisters gave to Yang Kai already explained everything. The matter was urgent, so Li Wui and the various army commanders could not wait for too long. They left behind a jade scroll explaining the situation and left early. Most of the half-saint from the demon race were taken away by him, and only the Lien sisters, who were familiar with Yang Kai, were left behind to relay the message. Yang Kai had just finished reading the contents of the jade scroll, but before he could digest this sensational news, the space spirit bead on his wrist suddenly flashed, and a jade scroll appeared out of thin air. The jade scroll had Bian Yuqing's aura, so it was clearly information sent from the High Heaven Palace. This time, when the GZ army went to the Western Territory, almost all of the High Heaven Palace's cultivators with decent cultivation were taken away by Yang Kai. However, such a large sect had to be guarded by someone, and Bian Yuqing was the person he had left behind to guard the sect. Now that Bian Yuqing had sent a message, there was no doubt that something had happened at the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, probing it with his divine sense. The next moment his face turned ashen. "You're courting death." Crushing the jade slip, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he was about to return to the GZ army's main camp. Unexpectedly, his vision darkened and he felt dizzy, almost falling to the ground. Just now, in order to seal the passage between the two worlds, he had expended a great deal of energy. At this moment, the demonic chi in his body was a little sluggish. White Lotus reacted quickly and supported him. Yang Kai glanced at the sisters and said in a deep voice, "Take me back to the camp." The Lien sisters nodded and activated their devil chi. They turned into streaks of black light and sped towards the GZ army's main camp. Yang Kai, on the other hand, hurriedly swallowed the elixir and circulated his chi to dissolve the elixir. He wanted to recover as soon as possible. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the Lien sisters appeared in front of the GZ army's main camp with Yang Kai wrapped around them. The various main towns immediately surrounded them. Hyoji asked in a deep voice, "Master, what happened? Why did the other armies withdraw?" At this moment, the 55 armies of the star boundary had all disappeared, leaving only the GZ army behind. Therefore, this group of people had no idea what had happened. Yang Kai raised his hand and threw the jade slip that Li Wui had given him to him. "Take a look at it yourself. Pass this message to each other. Also, pass down my orders to assemble the entire army and return to the Northern Territory." Yang Xiao accepted the order and immediately passed it down. The army that was in the midst of recuperating hurriedly got into formation. After a short while, Hyoji handed the jade slip to Xie Wei with a grave expression. He looked at Yang Kai in disbelief and asked, "Master, is this true? How could it be false?" Also, Protector Bien sent a message saying that the demon land has appeared 3,000 kilometers away from the High Heaven Palace. A large number of demon race members are attacking the High Heaven Palace. When everyone heard this, they immediately became anxious. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the sealed world bead. It transformed into a huge rolling body and bit down ferociously. The GZ army was swallowed into its stomach. They had experienced this before, so they didn't panic. Even if Yang Kai didn't warn them, no one resisted. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Hyoji. After pondering for a moment, he still said, "The great emperors are missing. This matter couldn't be hidden. Sooner or later, the whole world would know about it. Since it couldn't be hidden, he could only tell the truth. The others wouldn't mind, but as the son of the great emperors, Hyoji should know about this." Hyoji turned his head with a confused expression. He clearly didn't understand what Yang Kai meant. Yang Kai sighed. "Not long ago, the great emperor's auras disappeared. Army Commander Li and I both tried, but the space spirit bead couldn't teleport to the great emperor's side. They are no longer in this world." Hyoji's face paled. He couldn't believe it. Yang Kai patted his shoulder and said, "The great emperors are extremely powerful. Their lives shouldn't be in danger. Perhaps something happened." Hyoji nodded blankly. When the GZ army set off, they had 300,000 soldiers. Now they had lost 50,000 soldiers. These 50,000 soldiers had died on the battlefield, and their blood dyed the Western Territory red. However, compared to the casualty rate of the demons and the other legions, such a loss was still acceptable. After a while, the GZ army was all taken into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai put away the sealed world bead and stepped out, disappearing from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was already on High Heaven Peak, in his own palace. He had left the space spirit bead in his palace, so he could naturally return quickly. When he reappeared, he felt the earth tremble and the mountains shake. The rumbling sounds were endless. Without stopping, Yang Kai rushed out of the door. The High Heaven Palace was in chaos. Streams of light were fleeing from the mountains like headless flies. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the High Heaven Palace's sect defending array had been activated. World energy lingered on the spirit peaks as white light flashed. The sect defending array absorbed the power of the earth veins and spirit peaks to form a protective barrier, blocking the invading enemies. Seeing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that when he returned, he would see the sect defending array broken. If that were to happen, who knew how many people would die in the High Heaven Palace? The High Heaven Palace had a total of 100,000 disciples, including the main sect and its branch sects. Anyone with a little cultivation was stuffed into the GZ army. When they set off, other than Bian Yuqing, who had a slightly higher cultivation, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace were not strong enough. Once the sect defending array was broken and the demon race entered, they would not have the strength to fight back. Fortunately, the High Heaven Palace's sect defending array was personally set up by the Southgate army. When he set up this sect defending array, Yang Kai spared no effort. He gave the people he needed and the materials he needed to make this sect defending array impregnable. Although the demon race's army came aggressively, they were unable to break through the sect defending array in a short period of time. Although the sect defending array was not broken, at this moment, the sect defending array was on the verge of collapse. Fine cracks appeared on the sect defending array's light barrier. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, it would be completely broken. Seeing this, the demon race's army attacked even more fiercely. Bian Yuqing held the palace lord's order and mobilized the world energy of the spirit peaks in the High Heaven Palace. She continuously strengthened the sect defending array and tried her best to delay the sect defending array. However, her cultivation was still a little low. Using the palace lord's order without sparing any effort, she was already drenched in sweat. Her face was as pale as paper, and her body was swaying in midair. It seemed like she would faint at any time. Seeing this, Yang Kai rushed towards her. Halfway through, a person rushed over from the side, but Yang Kai grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Staring at him coldly, Yang Kai saw that this person was very unfamiliar. His cultivation wasn't high, but he was at least a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. All the disciples of the High Heaven Palace who were above the Origin King realm had been taken away by him. How could there be a Dao Source Realm cultivator left? However, the High Heaven Palace was the base for alchemy in the star boundary, so there were still many outsiders. This person was obviously an outsider. There was a faint pill fragrance on his body, so he should be an alchemist. "What are you panicking for?" Yang Kai shouted. The man's face was pale. He was suddenly captured and did not even know how to resist. He was undoubtedly scared out of his wits. When he heard Yang Kai's question, he instinctively replied, "Hurry up and run. The High Heaven Palace can't be defended. If we don't run now, it will be too late." "Bullshit." Yang Kai was furious. "Instead of killing the enemy in front of you, you're trying to cause chaos. You should be glad that you are not in my GZ army. Otherwise, I would have killed you." Hearing this, the alchemist raised his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Only then did he recognize him. "Yang? Palace Master Yang." Scram. Yang Kai casually threw him away. He was too lazy to waste time with him. He took a step forward and arrived beside Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing was struggling to hold on. When she suddenly sensed someone approaching, she could not help but be shocked. When she turned her head, she was overjoyed. "Palace Master." Yang Kai nodded. "Rest for a while." As he spoke, he waved his hand and Xianxia appeared. Yang Kai ordered, "Receive the Palace Master's order and hold on for a while." Xianxia nodded, took the Palace Master's order from Bian Yuqing, and continued to maintain the spirit array. Bian Yuqing was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The only reason she was still holding on was because of the conviction in her heart. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai appear, Xianxia took the order and her mind relaxed. She directly fainted, her body falling limply to the ground. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took her into the medicine garden in the sealed world bead before instructing the two little wood spirits to take good care of her. Bian Yuqing was only exhausted, but her life was not in danger. She only needed to rest for a while to recover, so Yang Kai was not worried. A person flew over from below. When he came close, he was surprised to see that it was Ji Ying. He looked at Yang Kai in horror and said, "Brother Yang, what is going on? Where did this demon race come from? Also, why can't I contact Honored Master?" The sudden appearance of the demon race and the sudden attack on the High Heaven Palace made Ji Ying feel that something was wrong. He immediately contacted the great emperors of the Wondrous Pill Palace to ask about the situation, but he could not get in touch with the great emperors at all. He could not even send a message through his jade slip. This was something he had never encountered before. Yang Kai said, "The situation is a bit complicated. I will tell Brother Ji in detail after I solve the immediate crisis." Raising his hand again, 3 figures were summoned from the sealed world bead. They were Xianxia, Yang Xiao, and Yang Shui. Old Xiong, escort Xiao to Dragon Island and inform the 2 elders about this matter. Ask Great Elder and Second Elder to come out and take charge of the situation. This was Li Wu Yi's arrangement. It was mentioned in the jade slip. Li Wu Yi also knew that Yang Kai had a close relationship with Dragon Island. If he stepped in, Dragon Island would definitely not ignore it. Now that the great emperors were all missing, the situation of the demon saint was still unknown. If the demon saint was still in the star boundary, then the only ones in the world who could compete with them were the 2 elders on Dragon Island. However, the dragon race abided by their ancestral teachings and never left the island easily. It was fine if it was an ordinary dragon race, but Great Elder and Second Elder had not come out for tens of thousands of years. Last time, Second Elder Fu Xiu also came out because he was worried about Yang Xiao. Li Wu Yi was not sure if he could ask them to come out, so he could only leave it to Yang Kai. Chapter 3702. Yang Xiao was clearly aware of the urgency of the situation. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "Yes, I won't disappoint foster father. Go." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Big brother, be careful. Keep an eye on father and mother too." Yang Shui reminded. The demon race was invading, and the only thing she was worried about was the safety of her parents. Yang Kai smiled and rubbed her head. "Don't worry, as long as big brother is here, no one can harm a single hair on our parents." Yang Shui nodded. Only then did she set off with Yang Xiao and Xianxia. They rushed towards the main hall where the law of space was located. Dragon Island was also a small world, so the space spirit bead couldn't be used at all. They could only use the law of space to cross the territory and arrive outside Dragon Island before entering the island. After watching the three of them leave, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Over there, the Southgate army was anxiously busy. They were leading a group of their disciples to urgently repair and reinforce the array. The entire High Heaven Palace's protective array was set up by him, so no one knew the mysteries of the array better than him. If it was under normal circumstances, he wouldn't need to spend any effort to completely repair the array. However, right now, the demon race was attacking nonstop. Although his repair speed wasn't slow, he still couldn't make ends meet. In his anxiety, he cursed a few of his disciples who weren't nimble enough. Just as he was cursing, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. The Southgate army was furious. "Who the hell is it? Palace Master? Palace Master, you're back?" The anger on his face turned into surprise and joy. His hanging heart also calmed down. Since Yang Kai was back, the crisis in front of them was easily resolved. After following Yang Kai for so many years, they had an inexplicable confidence in their palace master and the Southgate army. Yang Kai's gaze passed through the light screen of the array and looked forward. There was an extremely powerful aura there. It was like a bright light in the dark night. It was extremely special among the many demon race members. Half-saint. This time, there was a half-saint among the demon race army that came to attack the High Heaven Palace. When the half-saint sensed that someone was spying on him, his powerful divine sense immediately surged out and turned into a fierce attack. Like waves crashing against the shore, his divine sense pierced into the depths of Yang Kai's sea of consciousness. Yang Kai coldly snorted, and his divine sense surged, causing the seawater in his sea of knowledge to rotate and turn into a huge whirlpool. At the same time, he opened his divine sense and took the initiative to welcome the half-saint's divine sense. The invisible force fell into Yang Kai's sea of consciousness, but before it could exert any force, it was swallowed up by the vortex. 100 miles away, a tall and sturdy half-saint of demon race riding a tall and big magic beast let out a muffled groan. His body slightly swayed on his mount, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Sensing the sudden appearance of a relatively powerful aura, this half-saint wanted to show off his strength, so he didn't hesitate to launch a divine sense attack. But who would have thought that his divine sense would be inexplicably cut off, and even his mind would be shaken? A look of disbelief appeared on his face. He clearly sensed that the other party's divine sense was comparable to a high-rank demon king, but the other party's divine sense was much more powerful than his own. This kind of thing that went against common sense left him scratching his head. Before he could figure it out, his vision blurred, and a figure suddenly stood in front of him. Standing on the head of his mount, the figure was less than 3 feet away from him, quietly looking at him. Seeing that face, this half-saint vaguely felt that it was somewhat familiar. It seemed to be Yang Kai who had caused havoc in the territory of demons, but why was his hair somewhat white? While he was in a daze, the other party had already formed a series of hand seals, quickly changing them a few times, and slapped down on him. When the palms slapped down, this half-saint only felt that everything around him had become incomparably slow, and even his thoughts seemed to have stopped working. Between heaven and earth, only this palm was rapidly expanding in front of his eyes. Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream. Yang Kai had only learned a superficial knowledge of the principles of time, but this didn't hinder the formidable might of the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal. Seeing that the palm was about to hit the half-saint, he unexpectedly roared, his face flushed red, and he forcibly broke free from the influence of the principles of time. His big hand grabbed at the void, and a long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear shook, and like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, it pierced towards Yang Kai. Demon chi burst forth, and a loud bang resounded. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan, and his body flew out like a kite. In this head-on clash, even though he had taken the initiative, he had still suffered a loss. After all, his cultivation was still lacking. A high-ranked demon king facing off against a half-saint, There was no second person in the world who could do what he did. Yang Kai was sent flying backwards, his face pale, and he cut a sorry figure. The half-saint of demon race, however, didn't spare him. He leapt up from his mount, and his spear shot out like a dragon, enveloping Yang Kai in a brilliant spear, and even sealing off the world around him. He sneered, "Die." Regardless of whether this person in front of him was the Yang Kai who had wreaked havoc in the demon territory, as long as he killed him and brought back his corpse for his clansmen to identify, everything would be clear. As his voice fell, the half-saint of demon race's heart suddenly throbbed, as if something bad was about to happen. At his level of cultivation, when facing danger, he had a mysterious feeling. Perhaps he himself didn't know what kind of danger he was about to face, but before it arrived he could sense it and avoid it. The last time he had this feeling was when he was a high-ranked demon king. At that time, he was facing a powerful enemy and had almost been killed. After so many years, this feeling once again struck his heart. The half-saint of demon race was decisive and immediately withdrew his spear, just in time to see the strange smile on Yang Kai's face. With a few swishes, Yang Kai raised his hand, and several figures appeared out of thin air, each of them exuding an aura not inferior to a half-saint. Just as the half-saint of demon race landed on his mount, he turned his head and found himself surrounded by several people. His eyes swept over their faces and his expression changed, by joie, by ya. In addition to these two half-saint, there was also a pair of twins. If he wasn't mistaken, they should be the Black Lotus and White Lotus sisters of the 100-spirit continent. All of them were existences whose strength wasn't inferior to his own. In an instant, the half-saint of demon race's expression became solemn, and fine sweat appeared on his forehead. He finally remembered a rumor. That boy called Yang Kai was not only proficient in the law of space, he also had a space artifact that could hold living things. Seeing the strange appearance of the four half-saint of demon race with his own eyes, how could he not know that the guy he sent flying with his spear was Yang Kai? And these four should have come from his space artifact. He complained inwardly. If there was only one half-saint, he wouldn't be afraid, but there were four of them. It was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Could it be that his luck was so bad that he accidentally bumped into Yang Kai's territory when he just came from the demon race's territory? Otherwise, why would that bastard appear here? I'll leave it to you. Yang Kai released the four half-saint and borrowed their strength to fly, directly landing in the middle of the demon race's camp. From the moment he stepped out of the High Heaven Palace to the moment he exchanged blows with the invading half-saint, it only took a moment. It was so fast that the demon race members didn't even have time to react. The demon race's army numbered in the hundreds of thousands. They covered the mountains and plains, and almost half of the High Heaven Palace was surrounded. The scene was huge, and although the movement here wasn't small, it couldn't be heard outside. So when Yang Kai landed, only some demon race members in the vicinity noticed the abnormality. The demon race members in the distance didn't see anything at all, and were still attacking the High Heaven Palace's sect protecting array. When Yang Kai landed, the surrounding demon race members were startled, and immediately attacked him without hesitation. In an instant, he was surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. A roar shook the heavens and the earth, and a violent power was released. The demon race members gathered around Yang Kai were thrown off their feet. Many demon race members were sent flying into the sky, and exploded into a bloody mist. Blood fell down like raindrops. In an instant, there wasn't a single person within 300 meters of Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned Wen Chui. With a series of neighs, Yang Kai mounted his horse and raised his hand again to summon his embodiment. As soon as it appeared, the embodiment flew 10 kilometers away, suddenly transforming into a behemoth midair and smashing into the demon race army. Another loud rumble was heard, and the earth trembled. Gravel from the surrounding mountains rustled down. The Dharmakaya stretched out his hand, and the demonic warhammer appeared in his hand. He swung it horizontally, and no one could get close to him within a radius of 1,000 feet. Just the strong vibration of the demonic vitality alone was enough to kill the demonic clan. While the embodiment was on a killing spree, a large number of people had already appeared around Yang Kai. The space wasn't very spacious, so he couldn't release his army all at once. Yang Kai could only pull the 10 garrisons out of the sealed world bead in batches. There was no need for further instructions. When Yang Kai flashed out of the High Heaven Palace, he had already communicated with the sealed world bead with his divine sense and informed the situation here to the 200,000 soldiers. So, as soon as he appeared, his army was ready to set off. Under the leadership of the vice-town commander, they rushed out in a certain direction. The 270,000 soldiers were divided into 10 different directions, plowing 10 empty paths on the battlefield outside the High Heaven Palace. Wherever they passed, all the demon race members were killed on the spot. The demon race army had a lot of people, even more than the GZ army, but no one had expected that the enemy would attack from the middle of their army. They were completely unprepared. On the other hand, the GZ army was already prepared. Because of this, it was a one-sided battle. What's more, in the GZ army, there were masters above the Emperor realm. The pressure on the High Heaven Palace's sect defending array was greatly reduced. When the demon race members who were attacking the sect defending array heard the strange movement behind them, they stopped what they were doing and turned around. What they saw was a stunned expression. Xianxia, who was controlling the sect defending array, and the Southern Gate army who were repairing the sect defending array couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw this. On the day the great emperors disappeared, when the two worlds were connected, hundreds of thousands of human demons fought a decisive battle outside the High Heaven Palace. In this battle, rivers of blood flowed outside the High Heaven Palace, and mountains of corpses were piled up. The scene was so tragic that it wasn't inferior to the battlefield in the Western Territory. In this battle, the GZ army killed countless enemies. Nearly half of the demon race's hundreds of thousands died, and even a half-saint died. It was a heavy loss. Chapter 3703. The half-saint of the demon race who led the demon race's army to attack the High Heaven Palace wasn't weak. He was born a stone demon and had an innately strong defense. However, he was facing Bai Zhuo, Bai Ye, and the Lien sisters all by himself. How could he possibly have a good ending? While his army was charging left and right to kill the enemy, the stone demon half-saint was killed on the spot by Bai Zhuo and the others. The stone demon's defense was indeed outstanding, but everyone was a half-saint. One had a strong shield, while the other had a strong spear. Fighting 1 against 4 would naturally end in tragedy. However, Bai Ye also suffered heavy injuries. When the stone demon half-saint saw that there was no hope of escaping, he desperately fought back. Even with the 4 half-saints' combined forces, they couldn't escape unscathed. When the stone demon half-saint died, the demon race's army, which was already at an absolute disadvantage, became even more flustered. Even if they had the courage to fight 10,000 men, they wouldn't be willing to take the initiative to seek death. They immediately scattered and fled in all directions. The GZ army chased after them for 1,000 miles before retreating. When Yang Kai saw Bai Ye again, he saw that he was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a pale face. There was a bloody hole in his abdomen that almost pierced through his entire body. "How are you?" Yang Kai asked. Bai Ye opened his eyes and weakly shook his head. "I won't die, but I'm afraid I'll have to recuperate for a year or so." Yang Kai said, "The most outstanding alchemists in the entire star boundary have gathered in my High Heaven Palace. We have the best pills. You can recuperate in the palace and also take care of my High Heaven Palace while you're at it." Bai Ye naturally didn't have any objections to this arrangement. Yang Kai immediately arranged for Xianxia to lead him into the palace and settle him down properly. "Master, look around." Hyoji walked up and whispered with a grave expression. Without his reminder, Yang Kai had already noticed the strange situation around him. This battle had killed many members of the demon race. It could be said that at this moment, outside the High Heaven Palace, there were corpses of the demon race everywhere. In the past, the death of the demon race was nothing special. However, at this time, the corpses of the demon race were emitting demonic qi. If it was only 1 or 2, it would be fine. However, if all the dead demon race were like this, it would be a little scary. 200,000 to 300,000 demon race corpses were emitting demonic qi. Under the guidance of an invisible force, they floated in a certain direction. Outside the high heaven palace, the demonic chi was steaming and shrouded in darkness. Even though the sky was clear, it still made people feel as if they were in the middle of the night. Yang Kai looked in the direction where the demonic chi was drifting and saw a huge black dot in the sky. It was as if someone had splashed ink on a painting of the blue sky and white clouds. Under the black dot, there was demon land everywhere. The black dot was some distance away from the high heaven palace. It was estimated to be at least a few thousand miles away. However, its scale was huge. In Yang Kai's field of vision, it was already the size of a millstone. One could imagine how huge it would be if one were to personally experience it. Yang Kai frowned. Such a demon land appearing a few thousand miles away from the high heaven palace was exactly the same as the situation near the battlefield in the Western Territory. In the entire astral realm, who knew how many places had been corroded and turned into demon land? After the battle, the GZ army was still recuperating and wouldn't be able to fight for a while. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation over there, he saw Hua Qingxi running over in a hurry. Palace Master, the branch sect is under attack. In addition, Temple Master Wen of the Azure Sun Temple has requested reinforcements. The demon race is attacking the Azure Sun Temple. There is a half-saint among them. The temple is invincible. Yang Kai's face turned cold. The battle in the Western Territory and the great victory in the astral realm was originally thought to be a decisive battle. Who knew that the chaotic situation had just begun? Now, the entire astral realm was like a house with a broken roof, leaking wind and rain everywhere. It gave people a feeling that the astral realm was on the verge of collapse. Just the High Heaven Palace and Azure Sun Temple had encountered such a situation. One could imagine what would happen to the other sects. It was too late to pull the GZ army out. Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before ordering, "All those from the Emperor realm and above who still have the strength to fight, come with me to the branch sect." He turned to look at the Lotus Sisters. "I'll have to trouble the two of you to go to the Azure Sun Temple to hold the line. I'll rush over later." The Lotus Sisters naturally had no objection to this. Now that Chang Tian was not here, they could only follow Yang Kai's lead. Yang Kai had the space spirit bead that was connected to Gao Shueting, so he immediately urged the space spirit bead to send the Lotus Sisters to Gao Shueting's side. Then, he put the gathered the Emperor realm into the sealed world bead. His figure flickered, and he was already at the space array. Stepping on the array, the space law fluctuated, and he appeared in the Southern Territory's branch sect. There were 100,000 disciples in the High Heaven Palace. The number was too many. Even though the High Heaven Palace occupied a large area, it was still not enough to accommodate all of them. Therefore, half of the disciples were accommodated in the branch sect, totaling 50,000 people. However, the situation in the branch sect was the same as before. There were no masters in the branch sect, and they only relied on the sect protecting array to defend against external enemies. When Yang Kai arrived at the branch sect's sect protecting array was rumbling nonstop, but it was still solid and showed no signs of damage. The main reason was that Yang Kai arrived quickly. The demon race had only attacked for a short time before he arrived. Otherwise, the branch sect's sect protecting array would not have lasted for too long. The branch sect's disciples were in a good state of mind. Although they were panicking, they were not in a panic. At this moment, some of the stronger brothers and senior sisters were arranging the troops to fight. They were waiting for the sect protecting array to be broken. They didn't know that Yang Kai had appeared in the space array. Time was running out, so Yang Kai didn't have time to say anything to the branch sect's disciples. He flashed out of the branch sect's sect protecting array and stood in the middle of the demon race's army. He swept with his divine sense and understood the situation of the demon race's army. The number of people wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. There were about 100,000 of them. There was no half-saint, and the strongest was only a high-rank demon king. With a sigh, Zhue Feng appeared. Yang Kai jumped on his horse and waved his hand. Hundreds of people from the Emperor realm stood beside him, along with several half-saint. He stretched out his hand and held the myriad sword in his hand. He pointed the sword forward and shouted, "Kill!" A group of people from the Emperor realm grinned and scattered. They formed groups of 3 to 5 and rushed into the demon race's army. Like a pack of wolves breaking into a sheep pen, the demon race's army couldn't resist at all. Even if the demon king could resist for a moment, he couldn't escape the fate of being beheaded. Although Yang Kai didn't bring many people with him this time, all of them were from the Emperor realm or above. Among them, there was Bai Zhuo, embodiment, and Zhui Feng, 3 half-saint of demon race. There was also Zhu Qing, Zhu Lai, and Fu Ling, 3 dragon race experts. How could the demon race's army be a match for them? Zhui Feng rushed through the army. Whether it was the demon commander or the demon king, all of them exploded into pieces. Yang Kai rode on Zhui Feng's back. His myriad sword surged, and the sword chi danced in the air. The demon race's army was beheaded. Until the demon race's army scattered and fled, the disciples hiding in the formation finally reacted. They realized that reinforcements had arrived. They fixed their eyes and saw the figure riding on the back of a strange beast. It was none other than their palace master. Immediately, cheers shook the sky. The formation opened, and the disciples of the subschool rushed out and chased after them. To be honest, the strength of the disciples who were still in the subschool was somewhat weak. After all, Yang Kai had recruited all of them into the GZ army. Naturally, the disciples who were left behind were slightly weaker. With such a group of people, it was likely that any random devil king would be able to annihilate them all, but they still rushed out and chased after the devil race in high spirits. However, the devil race that was being chased didn't even look back and hurriedly fled. The disciples of the subschool still had some sense. They knew that their strength was not good enough. If they chased too deep, they wouldn't have a good ending. So, after chasing for dozens of miles, they returned home. After seeing Yang Kai, they saluted him. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Wait until the demonic chi of the demon race's dead body dissipates. Then we can clean up the battlefield. Otherwise, we will become the demon race." Many disciples nodded. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Go back. If there are any more enemies, remember to send a message to the great general manager." After a little tidying up, he put the people he brought back into the sealed world bead again. The space spirit bead flashed and teleported away again. The place where he reappeared was in the temple. Beside him was a beautiful figure holding a long sword, fighting a demon king. Yang Kai was teleported here through the space spirit bead, which was connected to Gao Xueting, so he naturally appeared beside her. The long sword in Gao Xueting's hand danced in the air, and sword chi filled the air. A round mirror hung above her head. The mirror's surface shone brightly like a round sun, and from the mirror, streaks of ardent sun true flames transformed into ferocious fire serpents that attacked the Devil King. Yang Kai recognized at a glance that this was Gao Xueting's natal emperor artifact, the fierce sun mirror. This mirror's power was extraordinary, and Yang Kai had only seen it a few times. Gao Xueting's opponent was a high-ranked demon king with a profound cultivation. Logically speaking, it was stronger than Gao Xueting, but Gao Xueting's natal emperor artifact was extraordinary, and this was the star boundary. The world principle's subtle differences made the invading demon race somewhat uncomfortable. So, even though it was slightly stronger, it was still flustered by Gao Xueting's attacks. Even if it wasn't in danger of losing its life, it was still in a difficult situation. The Demon King was furious and was about to use a dangerous secret technique when it suddenly saw a white-haired young man riding a majestic strange beast appear. The white-haired young man was nothing special, but the strange beast's body was filled with the aura of a half-saint. At such a close distance and with such a strange appearance, the high-rank Demon King was so scared that it trembled, and its mind was thrown into chaos. When Zhui Feng glanced at it, the demon chi in its body started to circulate erratically. When Gao Xueting saw this, how could she miss such a good opportunity? The fierce sun true flames gushed out from the fierce sun mirror, burning the Demon King to the brink of collapse. When it managed to resist the power of the flames with great difficulty, a long sword pierced through its vision. It felt a sharp pain in its chest as the long sword pierced through its body. When Gao Shueting circulated her emperor qi, she waved the sharp weapon in her hand and directly cut the demon king in front of her into pieces. Gao Shueting withdrew her sword and gently waved it, causing the demon blood on the sword to scatter. She swept a glance at Yang Kai and said, "Quite impressive." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Senior sister, you flatter me." His expression turned solemn and he asked, "How's the situation?" Gao Shueting breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, thanks to the help of the 2 half-saint you called, the temple would be in big trouble this time." Yang Kai looked around and saw that the flames of war were everywhere in Azure Sun Temple. The demon race had already broken in. In other words, the sect protecting array of Azure Sun Temple had been broken. Chapter 3704. This was inevitable. The High Heaven Palace's powerful sect protecting array was on the verge of collapse from the demon race's attacks. If Yang Kai had returned at 1 p.m., it would have been broken. Azure Sun Temple's sect protecting array was indeed extraordinary, but it was still a little worse than the High Heaven Palace's, so how could it hold on? When the array was broken, Wen Zishan made a prompt decision to send a message to the High Heaven Palace for help, because he also knew that the flames of war were everywhere in the Star Boundary now, and the Star Boundary's major legions must be exhausted from defending against the enemy. Asking for help from other legions may not be useful. Only by asking for help from the GZ army and Yang Kai's numerous subordinates could the Azure Sun Temple have hope of surviving. Not long after the request for help was sent out, the Lien sisters were sent over to fight the demon race's half-saint. Wen Zishan then led his army to fight the demon race in the Azure Sun Temple, gradually stabilizing the situation. Yang Kai glanced around and took in the situation in the temple, warning in a deep voice, "Senior sister, be careful." Squeezing his legs, Zhui Feng dashed out. The myriad sword flickered with a cold light as it rushed towards the nearest demon king. Seeing Zhui Feng's attack, the demon king's face turned pale. He made a prompt decision as a bloody mist burst out from his body. He turned into a bloody light and fled. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab the demon king, and under the fluctuations of the space principles, the demon king was frozen in place, unable to move for a moment. Yang Kai rode past, the myriad sword swaying slightly, and without even looking at the demon king, it had already rushed several kilometers away. Behind him, the demon king's body shook, its eyes widened, and it exploded, not leaving behind a corpse. The several hundred players that had just been put into the sealed world bead were released again. Without needing any instructions from Yang Kai, they immediately spread out and attacked the demon race. Yang Kai rode on Zhui Feng for a while. He felt Zhui Feng's bloodthirsty and excited aura. He simply let Zhui Feng do whatever he wanted. His figure flashed, and he killed enemies with his sword. The myriad sword was invincible to all demons. One by one, the demon race died under his sword. Needless to say, the demon marshal and the demon general did not even have time to react before their souls returned to the underworld. Even the demon king was rarely able to last more than 3 breaths in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai had just killed a demon king that Murong Xiaoxiao was entangled with. Just as Murong Xiaoxiao was about to express her gratitude, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction 5 kilometers away. Over there, Xia Ningchang's figure fluttered like a butterfly. She was struggling to hold on under the fierce attacks of a mid-rank demon king. Her figure fluttered like a willow branch in a storm, unable to control herself. Although the little senior sister was already an emperor, she had rarely fought with others since she started cultivating, let alone this kind of head-on battle. Among Yang Kai's wives, she had the least amount of combat experience. At this moment, her opponent's cultivation was higher than hers, so she was naturally at a disadvantage. Even though her figure was nimble, she was still being beaten by the Demon King. In contrast, the Demon King's face was full of malevolence. Its attacks were wild, and it looked like it wanted to kill Xia Ningchang. When Yang Kai looked over, the Demon King threw a punch. Its huge fist was almost half the size of Xia Ningchang's face as it headed straight for her chest. This punch was so powerful that even if there was a mountain in front of it, it would definitely explode, let alone Xia Ningchang's delicate body. Murong Xiao cried out in alarm. Her figure flickered as she tried to rush forward to help, but she was 10 kilometers away. No matter how fast she was, it would be too late. Yang Kai didn't move, but his mind was also at its limit at this moment. He was waiting for the situation to worsen so he could take action to save his little senior sister. Faced with this punch that could split a mountain, Xia Ningchang's beautiful eyes inevitably flashed with a trace of panic. She had never felt so close to death before. Even when the great desolate star territory invaded the chaotic star territory and ruined her Tongxian realm, she didn't feel this way. At this critical moment, Xia Ningchang raised her hand and took out a longan-sized bead between her two white jade-like fingers. This bead looked unremarkable. It was brown in color and didn't have the slightest fluctuation of world energy. In her mind, she remembered Yang Kai's advice when he gave her this bead: if you are in danger, throw this out. It will turn misfortune into fortune. Towards Yang Kai, Xia Ningchang naturally had unreserved trust in him. At this critical moment, she threw this bead towards the Demon King. When the Demon King saw Xia Ningchang throw this bead, he instinctively became vigilant, but after sweeping it with his divine sense, he didn't find anything special about this bead. Looking at the panic on Xia Ningchang's face, he immediately sneered, knowing that this delicate human race woman in front of him was scared out of her wits and had thrown something at him. His fist became more and more powerful as it flew forward and struck the bead flying towards him. Kacha, a crisp sound rang out from the fist, followed by an intense pain. The Demon King's expression changed, and he was horrified to the extreme. When the fist and the bead collided, the Demon King only felt that the world was oppressing him. The fist that he was so proud of, and the body that could even resist a demon treasure, was as fragile as paper in front of this strange bead. An irresistible force came from the front. The fist burst and the arm collapsed, but the bead's momentum didn't decrease. It crushed half of the Demon King's body and went straight to a mountain behind him. The Demon King screamed. Looking at Xia Ningchang, there was no longer any contempt in his expression. His eyes were full of horror and disbelief. The scream was covered by a loud bang. In an instant, the world shook. The chaotic Azure Sun Temple quieted down at this moment. Everyone turned their heads and looked towards the source of the sound. Over there, a mountain peak thousands of meters high was hit by an unknown attack and burst apart with a bang. In an instant, gravel and dirt flew everywhere, as if the world had collapsed. When the sound subsided, only a few dozen meters of the mountain peak remained standing. The top of the mountain was full of potholes and was in a mess. Xia Ningchang was stunned. Others didn't know what had happened, but she was very clear. She had just used the bead her junior brother had given her and had instantly injured a mid-rank demon king. The bead had smashed into the mountain peak and caused it to become like this. That bead actually had such power. Although Xia Ningchang knew that the thing Yang Kai gave her was definitely not ordinary and was definitely a life-saving treasure, she didn't expect it to be so powerful. For a moment, she didn't react and even forgot to chase after her opponent. Feeling two gazes on her, Xia Ningchang turned her head and saw Murong Xiao with a similarly dull expression and Yang Kai with a smile on his face. Xia Ningchang couldn't help sticking out her tongue, calming herself down, reaching out with her hand, and the bead she threw flew back and was caught between her fingers. The mid-rank demon king had half of its body blown apart, but it didn't die immediately. It had already pulled away from Xia Ningchang. At this moment, seeing Xia Ningchang holding the bead in her hand, it immediately screamed, turned around, and ran away. Having suffered a big loss once, how could it make the same mistake again? Xia Ningchang shouted and chased after it. The opponent had been seriously injured and his strength had been reduced by 80%. If she didn't kill him now, when would she? She continuously threw the bead in her hand, sending out terrifying attacks again and again. After the Demon King dodged a few times, it couldn't dodge anymore and was hit by the bead, dying tragically on the spot. Shanqing Luo saw Xia Ningchang chase after a mid-rank Demon King, killing it until it covered its head and fled like a rat. Out of curiosity, she couldn't help but take out a bead. This bead was almost identical to the one in Xianxia's hand. Not only did the two of them have this kind of bead, but Shui Yu, Su Yan, and Zhu Qing also had one. Looking around, Shanqing Luo found a high-ranked demon king that was locked in a fierce battle with Shi Lei. Shanqing Luo casually threw the bead in her hand at the high-ranked demon king. The bead silently approached the demon king, but this demon king's cultivation wasn't bad. How could it not notice that someone was sneak attacking it from behind? After feinting with Shi Lei, it reached out to grab the bead, wanting to catch this hidden weapon in the palm of its hand. He hadn't seen what happened to the mid-rank demon king before, otherwise he wouldn't have been so careless. As soon as the bead entered his hand, the crisp sound of bones cracking immediately rang out. Using his palm as the base, an arm exploded inch by inch. This unremarkable bead actually had an unimaginable weight. Greatly shaken, he hurriedly withdrew his hand to avoid it. While he was distracted, Shi Lei's attack arrived. The lightning in the sky turned into a pillar of lightning, wrapping around the high-rank demon king. Amidst the crackling sounds, electric snakes danced wildly. The high-rank demon king's body stiffened, but it was too late to dodge. The bead hit its body, exploding with a bang. The bead's momentum didn't decrease. It smashed into the ground, causing the earth to shake. Shi Lei lost his footing and almost fell to the ground. The ground caved in, and a huge crater appeared in the sky. Kacha. A ravine appeared with the crater as the center, spreading out in all directions like a spider web. What the hell is this? Shi Lei's expression changed greatly. He turned his head to look at Shanqing Luo. Shanqing Luo had the bloodline of the heavenly moon demon spider, so she could be considered a member of the monster race. Thus, the monster kings of the savage desolate ancient land all treated her as one of their own and took good care of her. The monster kings were well aware of Shanqing Luo's strength. Even if they risked their lives, they wouldn't be able to unleash such a ferocious attack. And yet she had. Shi Lei knew that if he had been hit by that attack just now, his fate wouldn't have been any better. Shanqing Luo was stunned. She had only shot the bead out of curiosity. She never imagined that a high-ranked demon king would be killed by her just like that. Hearing Shi Lei's question, she blinked and reached out with her hand, summoning the bead back to her palm. She carefully examined it. Shi Lei rushed over. Looking at the bead in her hand, he shouted, "What is this thing?" "My husband gave it to me." Shanqing Luo replied, "Each of my sisters has one." Shi Lei's eyes narrowed. He stared at the bead. Such a ferocious object was definitely an incredible artifact. But from what Shanqing Luo said, each of the wives of Yang Kai actually had one. When did the High Heaven Palace become so rich? Chapter 3705. Looking at it with rapt attention, he didn't see the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy from this bead, as if it was just a stone bead picked up from the side of the road. But after looking at it carefully for a moment, this inconspicuous bead rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes, instantly turning into a huge planet. It was vast, boundless, and incomparably desolate. Being on this planet, Shi Lei's heart was flustered, as if his mind was trapped in a cage. He bit the tip of his tongue and felt a sharp pain. Shi Lei broke out of the cage, his forehead covered in cold sweat as he shouted, "One realm bead." "This is the one realm bead?" Shanqing Luo was stunned. She did not know what this was, but before the GZ army left for the Western Territory, Yang Kai specially called her sisters over and gave each of them a bead. Then he helped them refine it. As for what it was used for or what it was called, they did not understand until they took it out to kill the enemy. "There's no mistake, this is the One Realm bead." Shi Lei nodded. Although he had never come into contact with the One Realm bead before, he had at least heard of it. At this moment, he connected the dots and immediately concluded that this was definitely the One Realm bead refined by Yang Kai. However, this One Realm bead seemed to be slightly different from what he knew. It was indeed different. The One Realm bead that was given to Shanqing Luo and the others was one of Yang Kai's first experiments. In order to separate the second territory bead from the small sealed world, he had refined many dead stars and large meteorites. These original one-realm beads did not have the ability to accommodate living people. If a living creature was forcibly stuffed into them, they would be crushed into dust by the energy inside. Only the sealed world beads that Yang Kai refined later could accommodate living creatures, but they were all given to Li Wuyi to be distributed to the core commanders. Earlier, the reason the army of the Star Dimension had retreated so quickly from the Western Territory was precisely because they'd utilized the Realm Pearl. If it wasn't for that, how could those hundreds of thousands of troops have retreated so quickly? However, although the one realm bead in the hands of Shanqing Luo and the others did not have the ability to contain living things, it was still refined from many dead stars. With Yang Kai's help, they could control it as they wished. Throwing it out was equivalent to throwing a dead star into their hands. That mid and high-rank demon king wasn't on guard, so how could it block it? Yang Kai still had a lot of one-realm bead like this in his possession. He was planning to find an opportunity to distribute them to the GZ army. If these toys were put to good use, they would definitely give the elites of the demon race a huge surprise. It was a pity that they didn't have enough time. If they had more time, Yang Kai would have been able to refine even more weapons and become one of the GZ army's greatest killing machines. We'll know when we go back and ask. Shanqing Luo smiled and gripped the bead in her hand tightly. Originally, she felt sad that her cultivation was not enough to share Yang Kai's burden, but now that she had this treasure in her hand, even a high-ranked demon king could be killed instantly. Shanqing Luo was delighted from the bottom of her heart. She immediately held the bead in her hand and tossed it around the battlefield. The one-realm bead was thrown out again and again, killing people like cutting melons and vegetables. The deadlock in the Azure Sun Temple was broken. Before Yang Kai led his people here, the demon race army broke through the array and entered the Azure Sun Temple, fighting a fierce battle to the death with Wen Zishan's army. After Yang Kai led hundreds of masters here, it was like a handful of salt had been sprinkled into a pot of oil, and the entire situation changed rapidly. Demon race masters were constantly being killed, and the half-saint of the demon race who was guarding this place couldn't do anything under the joint attack of the Lotus Sisters. He could only parry and had no power to resist. Seeing that the situation was not good, the half-saint let out a long roar and took a hit from the Lotus Sisters. He flashed out of the battlefield and escaped in a panic, but the Lotus Sisters chased after him. With the strongest master escaping, the remaining demon race masters were even less of a threat. Corpses were strewn all over the place, and only a few managed to escape. After a hurried hour, the noisy Azure Sun Temple quieted down. Wen Zishan, covered in blood, stood in the void, looking at the thousands of years of foundation of the temple and sighed. Although many demons were killed in this battle, the Azure Sun Temple also suffered a great loss. The corpses of their disciples could be seen everywhere, and they died miserably. Even his army suffered nearly 30% casualties, which could be said to have hurt Yuan Qi. The demonic qi of the dead demon race masters escaped from their bodies and floated in the air, gathering in a certain direction, causing the entire Azure Sun Temple to be filled with yin qi. After meeting with Yang Kai and communicating with both sides, Wen Zishan learned that the High Heaven Palace had also been attacked by the demon race. However, the High Heaven Palace had a strong army and didn't suffer any losses. Instead, the demon race masters were badly battered. Looking at the several half-saint of the demon race gathered around Yang Kai, Wen Zishan couldn't help but feel a little jealous. He pulled a long face and coughed lightly. "Yang Kai, this king has something to discuss with you." "I'll let the Lotus Sisters follow master," Yang Kai said. Wen Zishan was startled when he heard this, but immediately became overjoyed. That would be best. He originally wanted to poach a half-saint from Yang Kai. Although his army was strong, the only drawback was that he didn't have a half-saint master to oversee it. Normally, it might not be obvious, but if a half-saint of the demon race came, there was no one on his side who could match them. He originally only wanted Yang Kai to keep one half-saint, but he didn't expect Yang Kai to ask for two. Wen Zishan suddenly felt that they were indeed family. Elder Yang could be anxious for him. Immediately, he cleaned up the battlefield and sorted out the casualties. Yang Kai didn't stay and led a group of people back. Back at the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai immediately sent a message to Li Wuyi and reported that the High Heaven Palace's branch sect and Azure Sun Temple had been attacked by the demon race's army. Not long after, Li Wuyi sent a message. After reading the message, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. As he expected, the entire star boundary was now in turmoil. The two worlds were connected, and a large number of demon land had appeared in the four territories. The demon race's army had crossed over from these demon land and broken into the star boundary, killing and looting. The current situation was much more serious than when the demon race crossed over from the Western Territory. Previously, there was only one passage between the two worlds. Although the demon race was strong, the star boundary only needed to set up a few defenses, but now, the demon race had spread out and spread the flames of war to the entire star boundary in an instant. The 55 armies were a little tired of defending. It wasn't just the High Heaven Palace and Azure Sun Temple that were under attack. In just half a day, Li Wuyi had received no less than 30 requests for help. Just in the Northern Territory alone, there were 7. Even if Li Wuyi had a clear mind, he didn't know how to deal with the enemy at this moment. He could only react to every move and try to preserve the yuan qi of the star boundary as much as possible before the great emperors appeared. Knowing that Yang Kai was free, Li Wuyi was overjoyed and asked him to lead the troops to support the 7 places. Yang Kai naturally agreed and immediately gathered the troops. The GZ army had only rested for half a day and had not fully recovered, but at this moment he couldn't care less. He moved the army into the small sealed world and stepped into the High Heaven Palace's space array. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had made various arrangements in the past. In order to unify the Northern Territory, he had arranged many space arrays all over the Northern Territory. Now they finally came in handy. If it weren't for these space arrays, it would have taken a lot of time to rush to each place. The demon race had a large base, but after dividing the army, there weren't many people in each place. This gave Yang Kai an opportunity to destroy them one by one. Yang Kai led the GZ army on a campaign of slaughter. Everywhere they went, the demon race suffered heavy casualties. In just a few days, the GZ army had destroyed no less than 1 million demon race members. But along the way, they also saw the demon race wreaking havoc in the star boundary. Many cities were slaughtered, and many villages were set ablaze. Even some small and medium-sized sects that were not strong were massacred. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and countless humans were fleeing, but in this chaotic world, where could they run to? Running around like headless flies, once they encountered the demon race, the only thing that awaited them was death. When he encountered these fugitives, if they had the ability to kill the enemy, Yang Kai would keep them and add them to the GZ army. If they weren't strong enough, he would take them into his sealed world bead. Along the way, he had killed many people, and his army had expanded by quite a bit. Now, he had recovered to 300,000 soldiers. In the sealed world bead, Yang Kai had taken in no less than 1 million refugees. In a ruined city, Yang Kai stood in front of a house. In the city, flames soared into the sky, corpses littered the streets, and nearly half of the houses in front of him had collapsed. In the house, a woman was completely naked, her lower body was in a mess, and there were many wounds on her body. Her corpse was already cold, and her eyes were wide open. Before she died, her eyes were filled with fear and shock. She turned her head to look to the side, and there was a trace of reluctance in those eyes that were filled with fear. In the place where her eyes were looking, a 3-year-old child was lying in a pool of blood. There was a hole in the child's chest, but there was nothing inside. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, Yang Kai could still imagine the scene at that time. The demon race had attacked, and the mother had desperately protected her child. But how could a powerless woman be a match for the powerful demon race from a foreign territory? The woman was defiled, she died an unnatural death, and the child was killed. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing tragedies in the human world, he could not help but be furious at this moment. A murderous intent was brewing in his chest like a volcano that could erupt at any time. In the past few days, many cities and villages were massacred, but in those cities, The demon race only killed people and did nothing else. But in this city, Yang Kai saw something different. The scene in front of him made him unable to control his emotions. Brother-in-law! Fu Ling rushed over from not far away. Her beautiful eyes were red, and there were tears in her eyes. But before she could get close to Yang Kai, she was shocked by the murderous intent. Looking in the direction of Yang Kai's gaze, Fu Ling bit her lips. Yang Kai took a deep breath and restrained his murderous intent, causing his clothes to flutter. Speak! There are no survivors in the city. Everyone was slaughtered, and the children under the age of 10. Fu Ling frowned as if it was difficult for her to speak. What happened to the children? Fu Ling pointed at the house and said, they were all like her. Their hearts were dug out. Brother-in-law, the demon race. Does it eat people? Fu Ling turned her head and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and looked at her. Fu Ling said, if it's not eating people, why would they dig out their hearts? Moreover, they are all children and there are only a few corpses in the city. They should have been taken away. Chapter 3706. Yang Kai hadn't thought of this. After all, he had stayed in the demon territory for several years and had never seen the demon race having this kind of hobby. But after hearing Fu Ling's words, he felt that it was possible. He hadn't seen it in the demon territory because the demon territory was full of the demon race. Now that the demon race had invaded the star boundary, the situation was completely different from before. If there really was something special, it wouldn't be strange for it to be exposed at this moment. Let's go! Yang Kai turned around and shouted. After a short while, a figure descended from the sky. It was Ying Fei. He cupped his fists and said, Master! Yang Kai nodded. Space principles fluctuated and wrapped around the two of them, instantly disappearing. At this moment, he had divided the GZ army into two groups. One group was led by Baizhuo from the south to the north. The other group was led by the embodiment from the east to the west. Baiyu was still recuperating in the sealed world bead. It would take a while for her to fully recover, so she wouldn't be able to do anything for the time being. It wasn't that he was willing to divide the army. The GZ army was indeed powerful, but the demon race was no pushover. This time, all the half-saint soldiers had been mobilized. But now that the northern territory was filled with war, there were too many places that needed to be rescued. Splitting the army would be more efficient. This was a helpless move. The two groups of troops crossed each other and headed to various places in the northern territory. He and Ying Fei led the way and inquired about the enemy. Fu Ling insisted on following them, saying that as a flag-bearer of the GZ army, she couldn't be too far away from the army commander. Yang Kai didn't want to be entangled with her, so he simply brought her along. They had only investigated the first city, but they had already witnessed such a tragedy. The blood in the city hasn't completely dried up yet. The demon race shouldn't have left for too long. Master, please go this way. When it came to tracking, Ying Fei was an expert, and Yang Kai would never be able to match him. Following the direction Ying Fei pointed, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he sped forward. From afar, Yang Kai saw a huge black spot in the sky. It was as black as ink, and the demonic qi was awe-inspiring. From that black spot, the aura of another world seeped out. Ying Fei came to a realization. It seems like they want to return to that devil's den. Yang Kai snorted, let's go take a look. Ever since they returned from the Western Territory, Yang Kai had been leading the army everywhere in the Northern Territory. He hadn't had the time to investigate what was going on in the demon land under the ink dots. Although he had seen it in the Western Territory before, he had sealed the ink spot in the Western Territory as soon as it opened. The demon race that had crossed over from the ink spot had either died or fled. However, although the gap between the two worlds had been sealed, the eroded ink spots had not disappeared. Yang Kai really wanted to know what was different about the ink spots in the Northern Territory. Now that he had chased the enemy here, it was a good time to investigate. There was no need for Ying Fei to guide him. There were traces of the army along the way, and they were heading straight for the Devil's Den. Thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai's figure flickered a few times before he arrived. Standing in the void, Yang Kai frowned as he looked around. In his field of vision, the old demon territory was everywhere. Within the demon land, the trees were withered and the grass was withered. It was as if he was really in the demon land, giving him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Xianxia had obtained the bright moon's legacy and was recognized by the will of heaven and earth. No matter where he was in the star boundary, his perception was unmatched by ordinary people. However, in the demon land in front of him, he couldn't sense any star boundary aura. In other words, the demon land's expansion was no longer in the star boundary, but in the demon territory. Not only that, within the demon land, the laws of heaven and earth were slightly fluctuating, invisible to the naked eye. Along with the fluctuation, the demon land's area was also quietly expanding. Only Xianxia could sense this. If it were any other fake emperor, they probably wouldn't be able to discover anything. The demon land's expansion was very slow, but it was indeed expanding, constantly eroding the star boundary's territory. This should be the foundation of a certain sect. The mountains were stacked on top of each other, and there were many pavilions and terraces in the forest. It should have been a beautiful place, but the ink spots in the sky just happened to appear above this sect. The entire sect's territory, including the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, had long been transformed into the demon land. Vaguely, miserable howls and cries could be heard from one of the mountain peaks. Xianxia was stunned. He thought he was hallucinating, but when he listened carefully, there was indeed a sound. There were still people alive. Xianxia originally thought that wherever the demon race went, they would definitely exterminate all living beings in the star boundary. Even if they didn't kill them, they would let the demonic chi erode them and turn them into demons. He didn't expect that there were still people alive, but he didn't know what they had encountered. At this moment, the cries were incomparably miserable. Xianxia tilted his head and listened to the sound to determine its location. After a while, his figure flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a valley. The valley was bustling with noise and excitement. Many members of the demon race had gathered. At this moment, these demon race members were busy in full swing. Inside the valley, there were many large cauldrons. The cauldrons were filled with boiling hot water and boiling oil. Some demons were carrying human corpses that had been disemboweled, throwing them into hot water or boiling oil. Sizzling sounds could be heard, and the entire valley was filled with a strange and nauseating smell. On the other side of the valley, a group of hundreds of people were tied up. The demon race members were strictly guarding them. From time to time, a demon race member would come forward with a sharp weapon, pull out a person, and directly stab them to death. Then they would drag them to the side and deal with them. Seeing their clansmen being killed with their own eyes and their corpses thrown into the pot, the people who were still alive were incomparably pale. They had long been scared out of their wits. The cries and cries came from here, mixed with many people begging for mercy and cursing. When Xianxia arrived here and swept his eyes over, he suddenly felt his scalp go numb. Previously, in the dilapidated city, Fu Ling asked whether the demon race members ate people. He was still somewhat uncertain, but after seeing the scene here, how could he not know that the demon race really ate people? 3 unfamiliar figures suddenly appeared in the valley. How could the busy demon race not see them? The demon race immediately shouted, "Who goes there?" Xianxia coldly glanced at him and shouted, "Kill!" As soon as the word left his mouth, he arrived in front of the demon race. He reached out and grabbed his neck, pouring his demon chi into the demon's body. In an instant, his meridians were broken, and his resistance was destroyed. Raising his hand, Xianxia threw the demon race away. With his meridians destroyed, the demon race was in pain all over. Demon chi leaked out, but he didn't die. He simply couldn't move. After being thrown away by Xianxia, the demon race fell straight into a pot of oil. With a sizzling sound, the demon race writhed in the pot of oil, howling miserably, but he wouldn't die for a while. With a series of popping sounds, the demon race was continuously thrown into the pot of oil. For a time, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling resounded through the world. When Xianxia made his move, Ying Fei and Fu Ling also made their moves, one to the left and one to the right. Ying Fei's figure was extremely fast, almost turning into a bolt of lightning. In just a few swings, a large number of demon race fell to the ground. Unlike Kai Yang, he didn't give them a taste of their own medicine. Instead, he simply slaughtered them. Fu Ling was also the same, her petite body containing a huge amount of strength. Although she wasn't as graceful as Ying Fei, her pair of fists still smashed into pieces. The demon race in the valley didn't have any powerhouses, not even a demon king, so how could they withstand the slaughter of these three gods of slaughter? In just 10 breaths of time, the hundreds of demon race in the valley had been completely slaughtered. The people who were tied to the side were originally in a state of panic, thinking that they wouldn't be able to escape today, but who knew that 3 saviors would suddenly appear. They were all overjoyed, and under the ups and downs of their emotions, many people cried bitterly. In the boiling water and the oil pot, the demon race thrown in by Yang Kai were still howling miserably, but their voices were getting softer and softer, gradually becoming inaudible. Under normal circumstances, this kind of boiling water and oil pot wouldn't be able to take the lives of these demon race. Since they had invaded the star boundary, they definitely had some cultivation. This boiling water and oil pot might be a threat to ordinary people, but how could they be hindered in the slightest? They only needed to circulate their demon qi to resist. However, Yang Kai had already crippled their cultivations when he subdued them, so at this moment, they were unable to use any of their strength. Although their physiques were still quite good, this blunt knife cutting through their flesh would eventually take their lives. You guys save them. Yang Kai ordered as he turned his gaze to the top of a mountain to his left. From there, he could hear a huge commotion and the air was filled with enthusiasm. Master, should we wait for the army to come and join us? Ying Fei asked in a deep voice. Although Yang Kai's strength wasn't bad, he was still an Emperor Realm Master. If he really encountered a half-saint, he might not be able to match them. Moreover, this was the demon cave, and who knew how many demon race had gathered here? No need. Yang Kai shook his head and took a step forward. Ying Fei wanted to say something, but he had already disappeared. Fu Ling said, "It's not like you don't know brother-in-law's ability. Even if there is a half-saint here, he can still escape." Ying Fei thought about it and agreed. If he hadn't targeted Yang Kai's space divine technique, perhaps only the demon saint and the great emperors could pose a threat to his life. He immediately felt relieved and walked towards the group of people tied up with Fu Ling. The group of several hundred people had long been scared out of their wits, and some of them had even fainted. Ying Fei flicked his finger and released several rows of people in front of him, then told them to save their companions. Facing the orders of these 2 saviors, everyone naturally obeyed, and after thanking them, they began to work with trembling hands. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man, although pale, was much better than the others and could still be considered calm. At this moment he walked forward and cupped his fists. Water Cloud Sects Yuan Wenlong greets the 2 saviors. May I ask for the 2 saviors' names? Ying Fei frowned and looked around. This is the Water Cloud sect? Although he knew that this was the base of a certain sect, he didn't know which sect it was. Now that he heard Yuan Wenlong's self-introduction, he finally understood. Yuan Wenlong respectfully said, "Yes." Ying Fei looked him up and down and chuckled. "Your surname is Yuan. What is your relationship with Yuan Mao?" Yuan Wenlong suppressed his grief and asked, "Savior, do you know my father?" Ying Fei curled his lips and said, "I don't know him, but I have heard of him." The Water Cloud sect was in the Northern Territory, but it could only be considered a mid-level sect. In front of the High Heaven Palace, it was not enough, but there was still one in the Emperor Realm, and that was the Water Cloud sect's leader, Yuan Mao. Chapter 3707. Any cultivator in the world who reached the Emperor Realm would have the qualifications to establish their own sect. The Water Cloud sect had only been established recently, and there was only one person in the Emperor Realm, the sect master, Yuan Mao. Under normal circumstances, Ying Fei wouldn't have known about this person. He was one of the 32 monster kings in the ancient wildlands, and his cultivation was comparable to a 3rd-stage Emperor Realm Master. How could a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master enter his eyes? However, in the past 10 years, the GZ army had been building up and recruiting soldiers in the Northern Territory. Ying Fei had been instructed by Hyoji to send a recruitment letter to the Watercloud sect, hoping that the Watercloud sect would contribute to the GZ army. However, when the people he sent returned to the High Heaven Palace, they didn't bring back a single soldier. They only brought back some supplies, saying that the Watercloud sect was showing respect to the GZ army. The GZ army's recruitment wasn't compulsory, and it was completely voluntary. Those who were willing to join could join, and those who weren't, Hyoji wouldn't force them. At that time, he made this decision in consideration of the reputation of Yang Kai and the GZ army. Therefore, when the Watercloud sect refused to join the GZ army, Ying Fei didn't pay any more attention to it. Since he was in charge of this matter, he naturally remembered. Actually, it wasn't just the Shuiyun sect. There were many sects and schools in the world that were just like the Shuiyun sect, indifferent to the war between the two realms. After all, the two-realm battlefield was in the western regions. Everyone felt that even if the sky fell, the great emperors would be there to hold it up. No matter what, they wouldn't be pressured. The battlefield was so far away from them, so why risk their lives to go to the western regions and fight to the death with the demon race? No one expected that one day, the situation would change. The Western Territory was no longer the battlefield between the two worlds, and the flames of war had ignited everywhere in the 4 territories of the star boundary. "Where's your father?" Ying Fei asked. He couldn't sense the presence of the Emperor realm in this group of people. Naturally, he knew that Yuan Mao wasn't here. Moreover, judging from Yuan Wenlong's mournful expression, Yuan Mao was probably dead. As expected, Yuan Wenlong's eyes reddened. He gnashed his teeth and said, "My father was killed by the demon race." Ying Fei sighed. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place." Although Yuan Mao hadn't accepted his own army's invitation to recruit soldiers back then, and the Shuiyun sect hadn't sent a single soldier either, their selfishness and self-preservation being clear as day. But who in this world wouldn't think for themselves? As the saying goes, every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. Ying Fei didn't have any ill feelings towards the Watercloud sect and Yuan Mao. He just didn't think much of them. If the Watercloud sect had accepted the recruitment invitation and sent their elites to the GZ army, they wouldn't have been able to avoid the fate of being destroyed. However, at the very least, they would have been able to preserve some of their Yuan Qi. They wouldn't have lost their inheritance, and they might have had a chance to make a comeback in the future. But now Yuan Mao was dead, and most of their elites were probably gone. The Watercloud sect was probably going to be wiped out from the Northern Territory. This was why Ying Fei sighed. Yuan Wenlong didn't understand and asked respectfully, "How should I address my 2 benefactors?" Ying Fei glanced at him and said indifferently, "Eagle Town's main commander, Ying Fei, under the GZ army." Fu Ling interrupted in time, "Flag leader Fu Ling." Yuan Wenlong was stunned and his face turned red with shame. Obviously, he also remembered how he had persuaded his father to reject the recruitment of the EZ army. For a moment, regret welled up in his heart and he burst into tears. Fu Ling said with a disgusted expression, "What's a man like you crying for? Let me ask you, is this all you have left?" Yuan Wenlong stopped crying and nodded. "This is all we have left. The others have all been killed or eaten." He suddenly pointed in a direction and said, "Out of the valley, there's a cave in the mountain wall. I just heard some crying sounds coming from there. I think the demon race must have kidnapped people from the outside and imprisoned them there." Ying Fei turned his head and looked over. This was consistent with the information he had obtained along the way. Those kidnapped people should be the residents of the city from before. He and Fu Ling split up. One stayed here, and the other rushed in that direction. The main hall was bustling with noise and excitement. More than 100 members of the demon race were gathered here, and the Demon King could be found everywhere. This should be the conference hall of the Watercloud sect. The Watercloud sect wasn't big, but the conference hall was grand and magnificent. It could accommodate hundreds of people without feeling crowded. At the top of the hall, a high-ranked Demon King with crimson eyes was sitting in the main seat. His entire body was filled with a bloody aura, and his crimson eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light from time to time. On the left and right sides of the hall, there were continuous tables. Behind each table, there were 2 members of the demon race. The tables were filled with steamed, boiled, fried, and fried food. Looking at these items, one could see that they were all scraps of human bodies. Some were half-cooked, some were bloody, and some were fried until they were yellow. They emitted a strange aura. More than 100 members of the demon race were hunched over the tables and eating with relish. There were even some members of the demon race who tasted the most delicious food from time to time, causing the demons beside them to nod their heads in agreement. In the center of the hall, a group of human women were dancing with pale faces. Around them, the sound of gongs, drums, and strings could be heard intermittently. It was unknown whether these people were originally members of the Water Cloud sect or were captured by the demon race. At this moment, they were forced to sing, dance, and sing in this place. They were all terrified, but when their lives were at stake, no one dared to resist. Their wriggling bodies were stiff, and there was no aesthetic at all. The sound of gongs, drums, and strings was also a mess. No one could maintain their normal state in this kind of environment. The food that the demons in the hall ate was all steamed, boiled, or fried food that was sent up from the foot of the mountain. The only exception was the high-grade blood demon who was sitting at the head of the table. There was a tray placed in front of him. On the tray, there were a few bright red fruits. A charming succubus lay in his arms. Her clothes were messy. The blood demon reached his hand into her clothes and rubbed them, causing the succubus to giggle incessantly. "Master, do you still want to eat?" The succubus demon stretched out her slender hands, picked up a bright red fruit from the tray, and put it in front of the blood demon's mouth. The blood demon opened his mouth and bit down. In an instant, juice and blood splashed everywhere. That bright red fruit wasn't a fruit at all. It was clearly a human heart that had just been plucked not long ago. The blood demon ate the human heart in the succubus demon's hand in a few bites, and the bloodthirsty light in his eyes became even more terrifying. He shouted, "Delicious, delicious! The taste of human hearts is indeed the most delicious." With his sudden roar, the women in the center of the hall, who were suppressing the fear in their hearts, turned pale with fright. The timid ones even fell to the ground on their buttocks, and a few of them even began to cry. The blood demon lowered his head, and the bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, "Who told you to stop?" He stretched out his hand, and a huge suction force came, directly pulling a woman who had fallen to the ground over. His big hand grabbed her neck, and he couldn't stop laughing. The woman's expression changed greatly. She kept shaking her head and begged, "No, no, how could the blood demon pay attention to her?" He stretched out his hand, tore her clothes, and opened his mouth to bite her snow-white neck. Under the surge of demonic chi, the woman in his hand turned into a dried corpse in a few breaths of time. His big hand let go, and the dried corpse fell straight to the ground, no longer breathing. The blood demon closed his eyes, as if he had hysteria. His whole body trembled nonstop, and it was obvious that he was extremely excited and comfortable. Even the skin on his face was slightly twitching. The hall was filled with screams. Seeing their companions suffer such misfortune, how could the women below remain calm? They were already in great fear, and now they were in a mess. The demon race members around them laughed, as if they were very happy with this scene. The laughter stopped abruptly. A figure wrapped in a cold aura rushed in from outside. Demonic chi surged around his body like boiling water, and the place where he stood almost turned into a black hole, swallowing everything in the world. His face couldn't be seen clearly, and only a pair of scarlet eyes burned like flames in the boundless black aura. "Who goes there?" A demon king stood up and shouted. Although this person's aura wasn't friendly, and he was a high-rank demon king, he wasn't afraid. After all, they were all from the same race, so what was there to be afraid of? Yang Kai ignored him and swept his gaze across the hall. He looked at the blood demon sitting at the top, then at the dried corpse at his feet, and gently waved his hand. A gentle force swept out, wrapping around the surviving humans in the hall. Amidst a burst of panicked screams, they were taken into the sealed world bead. With a walla, the door was closed. The Demon King who asked the question before suddenly stood up and asked fiercely, "Who are you?" He was curious. Why did the people in the hall suddenly disappear? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him, a strange force flashing across his eyes and entering the Demon King's knowledge sea. The Demon King let out 2 gasps before suddenly sitting down with a dull look on his face. Then, under the stunned gazes of all the demon race, he lifted his sleeve and bit down on his arm. With a single bite, blood dripped out, but the Demon King didn't feel any pain at all. Instead, a silly grin appeared on his face as he chewed on the flesh of his arm with relish. Crash all the demon race members stood up together, the table in front of them flipped over, and the things on it spilled all over the floor. Some stared in horror at their companion who was eating his arm while others stared at Yang Kai in horror. None of them were fools. Although this person also had demonic chi, at this time, how could they not know that he didn't have good intentions? Moreover, his strength was terrifying. They didn't see him do anything, but their companions were chewing on their own flesh. This kind of method was simply sensational. Is it delicious? Yang Kai looked at the Demon King with a dull expression and asked softly. The Demon King replied vaguely while chewing, "It's delicious." "If it's delicious, then eat more." Yang Kai nodded and no longer paid attention to him. His dark red eyes swept across all the demons present one by one, and the power of his knowledge sea was pushed to the limit. One after another, the demon race members sat down. Just like the Demon King at the beginning, they stretched their arms to their mouths and bit off their own flesh, chewing it. There were over 100 demon race members in the hall, all of whom had the cultivation of Demon King. Yang Kai looked around and saw that only 10 demon race members were still standing. These 10 were either peak mid-rank Demon King or high-rank Demon King. Only with such cultivation could they contend with Yang Kai's knowledge sea. There's a monthly Xuanhuan King event here, and the rewards are generous. Just looking at it makes me drool. I'm going to fight for it with all my might. Chapter 3708. Yang Kai had obtained the power of Yu Rumeng's primordial Yin, and his divine soul's cultivation had soared. Even an ordinary half-saint false emperor couldn't compare to him, let alone the demon kings in the hall. If Yang Kai really wanted to kill them, his divine soul could instantly destroy the knowledge seas of most of the demon kings present, killing them on the spot. But after witnessing such a tragedy in the mountain valley and witnessing a group of demon kings feasting on human flesh in the hall, how could Yang Kai so easily kill them in his fury? If you like to eat meat, then eat to your heart's content. Only when you eat yourself clean will you be done. 2 streaks of blood slid down his cheeks from his scarlet eyes that pulsed like flames. The method he used just now was much more strenuous than directly using his divine soul to attack. Even though Yang Kai's divine soul was now incomparably powerful, it was still beyond his power to deal with over 100 demon kings at once. His divine soul's power had already been fully unleashed. The expressions of the dozen or so demon kings who were still standing in place changed greatly, and they all tried to resist. Among them, several peak mid-rank demon kings resisted with great difficulty. Their bodies trembled, and they clenched their teeth without uttering a sound, for fear that the slightest bit of carelessness would cause them to follow in the footsteps of their companions. Although the remaining few high-ranked demon kings were a little more relaxed, they weren't that relaxed. A voice kept echoing in their minds, and under the influence of that voice, the thought of eating their own flesh kept rolling in their minds, and they couldn't suppress it no matter how hard they tried. Roar! An angry roar was heard. It was a mid-rank demon king who couldn't bear the pressure and took the initiative to launch an attack. If he didn't act now, he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. After seeing the fate of his companions with his own eyes, how could he not know what would happen to him once his knowledge sea's defense collapsed? He would rather die at the hands of the enemy than eat his own flesh. This roar was like a fuse. When that mid-rank demon king flew over, the other demon kings who were still standing in the hall also rushed over. In a split second, the demonic chi in the main hall surged, and the killing intent was abundant. Yang Kai had come here in anger. Now that he saw the demon king taking the initiative to attack, he was even more furious. His mind was shaken, but his mind suddenly fell into an unprecedented tranquil state. His body and heart were one, and his heart was one with the heavens and earth. In his mind, something seemed to be stirring, about to break out of its shell. Somehow, a trace of the truth of the great Tao flashed in his mind. In his field of vision, there were no more enemies, and he was no longer in the conference hall of the Water Cloud sect. Instead, he seemed to be standing in the vast and boundless world. His mind was constantly rising, and he looked down at all the living beings in the world. In this strange state, the laws of heaven and earth surged into his body, tempering his mind and spirit. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed into his body like streams returning to the sea. His cultivation continued to rise. In the demon territory, because he obtained Mingyu's legacy and advanced to the third-layer emperor realm, and because of the laws of heaven and earth in the demon territory, his emperor Qi transformed into demon Qi, and he became a high-rank demon king. After escaping from the demon territory back to the star boundary, Yang Kai's cultivation gradually stabilized due to the tremendous pressure he faced. After returning to the star boundary for more than 10 years, he mingled in the lower planes, refining the universe and creating the heavens and earth. Although it was of great help to his cultivation, and his attainments in the laws of space had deepened to the point where even Li Wu-Yi felt inferior, his cultivation did not improve much. But now, after more than 10 years, Yang Kai suddenly had a realization in the Water Cloud sect's main hall. It was as if he had become the heavens and earth. Yang Kai was angry, and the heavens and earth were angry. Thunder exploded on the flat ground, rumbling in all directions. Yang Kai's aura, which was already powerful to begin with, clearly increased by a lot. Without thinking, Yang Kai instinctively stretched out his hand, but he did not slap any demon king. Instead, he slapped the void. With a single slap, the heavens and earth collapsed. With his palm as the center, an incomparably huge suction force pulsed, pulling in everything around him. With a series of crashing sounds, the tables and chairs in the main hall, as well as the pillars on the walls, all flew into the void and disappeared. The demon kings who had rushed over, whether they were mid-rank or high-rank demon kings, were unable to control their bodies at this moment. Each and every one of them had a look of horror on their faces as they flew along with the tables and chairs to a certain point in the void. Even the blood demon sitting at the top was not spared. Although he was more than 20 meters away from Yang Kai, after that palm strike, his body was still sent flying uncontrollably, as if an invisible hand had grabbed his body. As for the succubus demon beside him, it was only a demon commander and was simply unable to resist such a huge suction force. Its body drifted, and with a cry of alarm, it was directly sucked into the void, disappearing without a trace. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. With a loud roar, the blood mist on the blood demon's body surged, and his blood essence spurted out like crazy, turning into a mass of blood light as he tried to break free from that huge suction force. But no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to withdraw. He could only watch as his body flew forward bit by bit. Turning his head to look, he saw that the main hall was in a mess. The magnificent building had been completely destroyed, and there seemed to be an invisible beast in the void, devouring everything. Everything that entered the mouth of that beast, whether it was a demon king or an inanimate object, mysteriously disappeared. At this moment of life and death, the blood demon bit the tip of his tongue, turning his blood essence into a blood arrow, and shot it towards Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai frowned. After feeling this murderous intent, his mind was immediately pulled out of that strange state. Tilting his head, he dodged the blood arrow attack. With this move, the mysterious palm he sent out lost its momentum. The collapsed void turned into a small black, which rapidly shrank into nothingness. The entire main hall was rapidly collapsing towards that black, and even a large part of the mountain peak was missing. That extremely terrifying suction force disappeared, and the blood demon regained his freedom. Wild with joy, he used the blood escape technique, turning into a streak of blood light to escape. From the time Yang Kai entered the main hall until now, only a dozen breaths of time had passed, but the various divine technique he had used were unimaginable. Over 100 of his Demon King subordinates had been wiped out before they could even touch his clothes. How could the blood demon not know that he was no match for him? If he didn't leave now, he was afraid that he could only wait for death. A high-ranked demon king with an awe-inspiring demonic chi, yet he was so hostile towards the demon race. At this time, the blood demon finally understood Yang Kai's identity. Only that human who had once wreaked havoc in the demon territory could have such means. Even if he wanted to run, how could he? Yang Kai extended his hand and grabbed, and the blood demon froze in midair. Under the restriction of the space law, he couldn't even move a finger. Only now did he realize how big the gap was between him, a high-ranked demon king, and Yang Kai, a high-ranked demon king. For a moment his heart was as dead as ash. Yang Kai maintained his grabbing posture, lowered his head, and frowned as he pondered over the feeling he had just felt. No matter what, he couldn't enter that mysterious state again. He knew that he had missed a great opportunity because of this blood demon's interruption. But thinking about it again, if he hadn't come here and been stimulated by what he had seen, how could he have gotten such an opportunity? Although this opportunity had been interrupted midway, it wasn't like he hadn't gained anything. Thinking of this, his mind immediately calmed down, and the anger he had just felt dissipated. When he raised his head again, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and revealed a stunned expression. He hadn't sensed anything that had happened in the hall just now. Before he was interrupted by the blood demon, he was completely immersed in a strange state of comprehension. Only when he looked up did he discover that the conference hall was no longer there. Even the mountain that the hall was situated on was missing a large chunk. Among the devilish beings in the hall, only the blood demon that he had imprisoned was left. After a moment of silence, he understood what had happened. Although he had been immersed in comprehension, it wasn't that he was completely unaware of the outside world. He just didn't pay attention to it. Now that he thought about it, he naturally remembered. It was a pity. Although those demon kings had to be killed, Yang Kai's original plan was to let them eat themselves clean, giving them a taste of their own medicine. But now, those demon kings had already died without a complete corpse, so there was no way to let them eat themselves. Collapse! Yang Kai whispered softly, and the demonic chi lingering around his body converged, revealing his true appearance. What? The imprisoned blood demon was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't understand what these two words meant. Yang Kai turned his head and grinned. Why would he explain anything to him? Collapse was the name he had given to his newly comprehended space secret technique. Since he began cultivating the space secret technique, all the space divine technique had been comprehended by himself. After all, there were very few people on this path, so there was no experience he could draw from. Besides Li Wu-yi, there was no one in this world who could teach Yang Kai anything about the space principles. Everything depended on himself. After the Moonblade, Nihility, Exile, and Instant Movement, the Collapse technique was born. The Moonblade was an offensive method, condensing space force into a deadly blade with great power. Nihility was a means of self-protection. By merging one's body into the void and concealing all auras, even those stronger than Yang Kai would find it difficult to find him if they were not careful. The Nihility technique could also be used to avoid fatal attacks. Yang Kai had encountered many powerful enemies over the years and had relied on Nihility to protect himself many times. Exile was the use of the space principles to connect to the void and banish the enemy into the void. Needless to say, teleportation was the most practical secret technique for escaping and chasing. The Collapse technique that Yang Kai had comprehended was somewhat similar to Exile, but the difference was that Exile only banished the enemy into the void. If the banished person was lucky enough, they could still struggle at death's door in the void. Although they could not avoid the fate of death in the end, there was always a glimmer of hope. Perhaps a blind cat would run into a dead mouse and be able to escape from the void. There were all kinds of strange things in the Great Thousand Worlds, so this kind of thing was not impossible. Sheng Yu Zhu, whom Yang Kai had rescued from Temple Luo sect, had survived in the void for tens of thousands of years. She was a character who had participated in the last struggle for the Great Tao. Chapter 3709. The collapse technique had nothing to do with void cracks. Once it was used, heaven and earth would collapse. Under the pressure of the huge space force, everything would collapse to the size of a speck of dust, invisible to the naked eye and unable to be scanned by divine sense. It was a true destruction technique. This was the difference between collapse and exile. If it was said that exile could still allow one to survive in the midst of death, then collapse meant certain death. Xianxia walked towards the blood demon. The blood demon was trembling all over as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He had crossed over from the demon domain, and his subordinates were strong and powerful. The star boundary cultivators he had encountered over the past few days couldn't even withstand a single blow. There was no one within a radius of 100,000 kilometers that could stand up to him, causing him to think that the star boundary was nothing more than this. Only now did he understand what despair and fear were. How could he know that because they had to deal with the war in the Western Territory, most of the star boundary's elites had joined the army? How could there be any powerhouses left? Under the restraint of the Space Force, the blood demon couldn't move at all. He could only watch as Xianxia reached out and grabbed his neck, lifting him up. Xianxia! The blood demon roared, "You are now part of the demon race, why?" Before he could finish, his eyes suddenly widened. Xianxia's hand had turned into a knife and stabbed into his chest. The unbearable pain drained the blood from his face and he trembled all over. Inside his chest, his heart felt like it was being squeezed by a strong hand, making it hard for him to breathe. Xianxia looked at him indifferently and said, "I am a human." The big hand slowly withdrew from the blood demon's chest, causing the blood demon to tremble even more violently. With a puff, something seemed to be torn off. When Xianxia withdrew his hand, a fist-sized demon heart had appeared in his hand. Above the demon heart, there was a pitch-black demonic chi lingering. It had just been taken out, but it was still beating, making thumping sounds. Xianxia brought the demon heart to his mouth. Although the demon heart in the blood demon's chest had been taken out, he wouldn't die immediately. The powerful demon race would always refine more than one demon heart. Seeing this, the blood demon cried out in alarm, "What are you doing?" Xianxia didn't answer, but a grin appeared on his face as he bit down. Immediately, a piece of the demon heart in his hand, blood spraying everywhere. The blood demon was stunned. Although he liked to eat people's hearts, it was only recently. When he was in the territory of the demon race, where was there a human heart? He didn't feel anything when he ate someone else's heart, but now, someone was eating his demon heart right in front of him. Seeing this scene in front of him, his heart was filled with fear. It was simply indescribable. Looking at the evil grin on Kai Yang's face, he felt that the person in front of him was even more demonic than himself. Although Xianxia hadn't completely become the demon race, after all, his emperor chi had been turned into demonic chi, so his temperament had been somewhat affected. Normally, it didn't matter, but if he was stimulated, his demon heart would naturally act up and become evil. After chewing a few times, Xianxia opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of mush onto the blood demon's face. The powerful force behind this action actually knocked the blood demon's head back. Disgusting! Xianxia stared at the blood demon gloomily. "You should rejoice. I was planning to eat your demon hearts one by one, but now it's too difficult to swallow, so you'll be able to enjoy yourself." As soon as his words fell, Xianxia madly poured his demonic chi into the blood demon's body. The blood demon's body immediately swelled up like a balloon, turning into a round ball in less than 5 breaths of time. From the looks of it, it seemed that as long as Xianxia let go of his hand, he would fly out. Amidst the extreme panic and uneasiness, the blood demon suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Xianxia's demonic chi surged, blocking the filth that was thrown at him. Looking back, the mountains were full of demon race soldiers, all of them staring blankly at him. There were hundreds of thousands of demon race soldiers stationed here, so their defenses shouldn't have been so lax, but Xianxia and the others had snuck in quietly and acted quickly. Although the demon race army was large in number, they simply couldn't react in time. It wasn't until Yang Kai used his collapsing secret technique that the demon race soldiers scattered throughout the demon land noticed. However, the hundreds of demon kings gathered in the hall had been wiped out by Yang Kai, so there weren't many masters left in the demon race, nor were there anyone who could give orders. At this moment, looking at Yang Kai, they didn't know what to do for a while. Yang Kai had already called out Zhui Feng, mounted his horse, and waved the myriad's sword forward. He had been hiding Zhui Feng to guard against a half-saint guarding this place, but who would have thought that there was no half-saint in this demon land? What else was there to say? Zhui Feng knew what he meant. With a roar, he stepped forward, igniting fire under his feet, and with a few steps, he had already charged into the demon race army with Yang Kai on his back. With a charge, he charged into the enemy army. The myriad sword chi crisscrossed, slashing out sword rays of death. His empty right hand constantly pointed at the void. Wherever he pointed, the heavens and earth would collapse. Within a large area, everything would collapse towards the center, turning into a small black dot and disappearing. The demon race in this area often didn't understand what was happening before their vision turned black and they disappeared. At the beginning, the demon race wanted to rely on their numbers to drag out the battle and kill Yang Kai. However, after fighting for a while, they discovered that no one could approach within 100 zhang of Yang Kai. The sword chi that crisscrossed the heavens and earth slashed out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the demon race would fall like straw, and the void would collapse from time to time, silently swallowing the lives of many of their clansmen. Facing such a powerful enemy, the demon race that wasn't even a demon king didn't have the courage to fight. They all scattered in all directions, only wanting to get as far away as possible. However, hundreds of thousands of demon race members were scattered all over the Water Cloud sect. How could they all escape in such a short time? Yang Kai and Zhui Feng split up and chased after the demon race members. Every moment, a large number of demon race members would fall to the ground and die. Just as he was in the mood to kill, Yang Kai suddenly heard the sound of fighting coming from more than 10 li away. His hand stopped moving and he listened carefully. A moment later, his figure flashed and he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the place where the fighting came from. This place was in front of a cave. Tens of thousands of demon race members had gathered outside the cave and were fiercely attacking the cave. The mountain peak where the cave was located was on the verge of collapse. At the front of the cave, Fu Ling and Ying Fei were fighting fiercely. The corpses of the demon race members on the ground had already piled up into a small mountain. However, although their cultivation wasn't weak and it wasn't difficult for them to break through the encirclement, it was beyond their power to kill all the demon race members. What's more, there were many people in the cave who had been captured by the demon race. The two of them were guided by Yuan Wenlong in the mountain valley before and came to this cave to rescue people, but before they could rescue them, they were surrounded by the demon race members and trapped inside the cave. A fierce battle immediately ensued. With a creaking sound, the mountain peak behind them was about to collapse, causing Shilei and Fu Ling to become anxious. If the mountain were to collapse, not many of the people who were abducted from the cave would be able to survive. However, they had no way to stop it. Just as they were feeling anxious, they sensed Yang Kai's aura suddenly appear beside them. Turning their heads, they saw Yang Kai appear. Immediately, their anxiety was swept away and they focused on dealing with the enemy in front of them. Yang Kai flashed into the cave and returned after a few breaths. All the captured people in the cave had been stored in his sealed world bead. After nodding lightly to Ying Fei and Fu Ling, the two of them understood and immediately felt that the shackles binding them had been removed, so they immediately let loose. Just now, because they were worried about the group of people behind them, neither Ying Fei nor Fu Ling dared to use their full strength, but now that this restriction was gone, their anger erupted in an instant. With a furious roar, Ying Fei transformed into his original form. A gigantic demonic beast that was over 100 meters long appeared, his wings flapped, and the astral wind transformed into blades that slashed out in all directions. Before he could even get close, the demon clan in front of him had already been sliced into pieces by the sharp wind blades, and their corpses were scattered all over the ground. Wherever Ying Fei flew, the wind blades would slash, turning the demon race's army into a sea of blood. Fu Ling also revealed his dragon body. The purple dragon of the seventh step flew in the sky, spewing out large amounts of purple dragon breath from his mouth. Wherever the dragon breath passed, as long as it was contaminated, the demon clan would turn into purple sculptures and become stiff on the spot, unable to move. Tens of thousands of members of the demon race were instantly scattered, fleeing for their lives. With a rumbling sound, a team of several hundred people emerged from the other side of the mountain, led by none other than the young sect master of Water Cloud sect, Yuan Wenlong. After being rescued by Yang Kai and the others, he had been resting in the mountain valley for a while, so when he heard the commotion here, how could he not know what had happened? Although he had not fully recovered, the demon race had slaughtered his home, his sect, and his hatred for the demon race had already seeped into his bones. He immediately led a few hundred people out to avenge the deaths of his fellow sect members. If it was under normal circumstances, these few hundred people would not be of much use, but now that the demon race was fleeing for their lives, and there were no powerhouses to hold the fort, Yuan Wenlong and the rest had killed many members of the demon race along the way, venting the anger in their hearts. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the Water Cloud sect gradually regained its calm. In the wilderness, the corpses of the demon race could be seen everywhere, and the demonic qi in their bodies was slowly dissipating. Yang Kai stood in the void and threw out jade slips one after another. There were many old demon race members here, and it was impossible for him, Shilei, and the others to kill them all. Although there were tens of thousands of demon race members who died at their hands, most of them still managed to escape. These demon race members were scattered into stragglers, and if they encountered a powerhouse or a regular army, they would not be able to withstand a single blow. However, if they encountered some small sect or small family, there would be many more tragedies. Since Yang Kai had stirred up this demon den, he naturally had to do it thoroughly. The GZ army's two main forces were not far behind, and Yang Kai immediately issued an order to split up and set up a defense. They had to wipe out all the demon race members who had escaped. Ying Fei and Fu Ling stood on both sides of him, looking at a mountain peak from afar, their eyes wide open. That mountain peak was the mountain where the discussion hall of the Shuiyun sect was located. However, at this very moment, the shape of the mountain peak was a bit peculiar. There was actually a huge semicircular gap on the entire mountain peak. Through the outline of the semicircular gap, the two of them could roughly piece together a circular pattern. Chapter 3710. The semicircular gap was flat, as if someone had cut it with a sharp weapon, making the top of the mountain look like an upside-down crescent moon. Ying Fei and Fu Ling were a little stunned, not knowing how Yang Kai had done it. With Yang Kai's ability, it wouldn't be surprising if he had smashed the mountain into pieces, but he had made a semicircular gap in it, which was somewhat puzzling. "Master, can we leave this place first? If we are too late, I'm afraid everyone won't be able to hold on." Yuan Wenlong looked at the hundreds of people from the Water Cloud sect who were still alive with a worried expression. These hundreds of people weren't very strong. After being captured by the demon race, their cultivations were sealed, and after staying in the demon land for a few days, they were all showing signs of discomfort. At this moment, most of them were breathing heavily, and a violent and evil aura was faintly emitting from their bodies. The demon land was filled with demon intent, silently eroding their minds at all times. This process wasn't fast, but it definitely wasn't slow either. After going through a great battle just now, these hundreds of people's minds were agitated, and the process of being eroded by the demon intent accelerated. If they stayed here any longer, most of them would become the demon race and become demons. That was why Yuan Wenlong wanted to take them away from here as soon as possible. Seeing this, Yang Kai naturally understood the worries in his heart and nodded. "Relax your minds, don't resist." His big hand moved forward, and under the cover of his divine sense, he took these hundreds of people into the sealed world bead. A moment later, 3 figures soared into the sky. In the sky, the passage connecting the two worlds had been sealed by Yang Kai, but the black dots and the demon land couldn't be eliminated. The situation was exactly the same as what happened a few days ago in the Western Territory, which made Xianxia feel a little uneasy. The demon race that escaped from the Water Cloud sect did not even take 5 days before they were surrounded and killed by the GZ army. If the hundreds of thousands of people gathered together, they might be able to fight against the GZ army. However, if they were scattered, they would only give the GZ army a chance to defeat them one by one. They didn't encounter any decent resistance at all. Hundreds of thousands of demon race members were either killed or injured. Very few managed to escape. The army did not stop. They continued to split into 2 groups, crossing each other as they advanced into the depths of the Northern Territory. Along the way, Xianxia had sealed more than a dozen passages between the 2 worlds. The GZ army soldiers were strong and powerful, and they rarely met any worthy opponents. Only a half-saint could stop the GZ army's attacks. In some places, there was even more than one half-saint, which was really a headache. At the same time, in the Eastern Territory, the Southern Territory, and even the Western Territory, the 55 armies of the Star Boundary turned into 55 steel blades, galloping across the entire Star Boundary. Almost every day, large-scale battles broke out. Both the human and demon races suffered heavy casualties. Countless cities and sects were destroyed, and hundreds of millions of lives were lost. Half a month later, the situation of the entire Star Boundary was clear. Currently, there were a total of 108 black dots in the Star Boundary. They were evenly distributed across the 4 territory of the Star Boundary, and the number coincided with the number of days, which was really alarming. There was still no news from the Great Emperors. However, the Star Boundary's side had also found out that the Demon Saint had also disappeared without a trace. When the 10 Demon Saint crossed over from the Demon Territory, the 7 Great Emperors, together with Yu Ru Meng and the others, scattered and chased after them. Along the way, they fought with each other. The huge commotion could be said to be incomparably rare, and it was difficult for people to not notice. At the final moment, when the world collapsed and the giant hand reached out from the crack, many people saw it with their own eyes. Therefore, as long as they made a little investigation, they would be able to find out what had happened that day. The Great Emperors and the Demon Saint had been captured by a giant hand. No one would dare to believe such a thing. Li Wui secretly guessed that the giant hand should not be some kind of divine technique. In this world, there was no one who could do such a thing. Thinking about it, the Demon Saint must have secretly arranged something in the Demon Territory and would activate it when the crack opened. This guess was reasonable. Originally, because of the disappearance of the Great Emperors, everyone was in a state of panic. Now that they knew that even the Demon Saint had disappeared, it made everyone feel a little more at ease. What everyone was afraid of was that the Great Emperors had disappeared and the Demon Saint had remained in this world. If that was really the case, then no one in the Star Boundary would be able to contend with the Demon Saint. No matter how powerful the 55 armies were, there would be a day when they would be completely annihilated by the Demon Saint. The ink spot in the sky was huge, and a black halo could be faintly seen rising and falling. Every time it rose and fell, the ink spot would imperceptibly expand a little. For a short period of time, nothing could be detected, but if this continued, the entire Northern Territory would be swallowed by the ink spot. Under the ink spot, everything within a radius of 300,000 li was Demon Land. On the periphery of the Demon Land, an army of nearly 1 million was stationed. The tents stretched as far as the eye could see. Back then, when the 55 armies gathered in the Western Territory, they were in high spirits. They were just waiting for the right time to open up the passage between the 2 worlds and give the demon race a head-on blow. Although the head-on blow was given, the passage between the 2 worlds was opened by the demon race. In the Western Territory, the demon race had suffered 20 million casualties. The losses could be said to be disastrous. However, the demonic chi from the corpses of the dead demon race spread to various parts of the Star Boundary. Under the support of some kind of power, 108 passages were opened in the Star Boundary, bringing an unimaginable disaster to the Star Boundary. At that time, no one could have imagined that the war would develop in such a way. Under the will of heaven, the flames of war were everywhere in the Star Boundary. It had been more than a month since the incident in the Western Territory. During this time, the GZ army had been fighting in various parts of the Northern Territory. Not only had their numbers not decreased, they had increased by a lot. Now, there were more than 350,000 soldiers. When Li Wuyi sent out a recruitment letter to the entire star boundary, most of the cultivator had the same idea as the Watercloud sect. They only wanted to protect themselves. Even if the sky fell, there would be someone tall to hold it up. The Western Territory was far away, so the war would not affect them. Therefore, they turned a blind eye to the recruitment letter. But now, the methods of the demon race had shattered their illusions. Countless people were separated from their families destroyed, their sects destroyed, and their families massacred. Of those who survived, there were those who were scared out of their wits and fled in panic, but there were also those who had a burning desire for revenge, who took the initiative to join the various armies and go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. This was how the GZ army expanded their numbers. However, the GZ army was very strict in its selection, so even though there were many people who wanted to join, only a few tens of thousands of people were accepted. It was just to replenish the manpower they had lost. Xianxia's small sealed world was already overcrowded. The space in the small sealed world's first territory was limited to begin with, and as Xianxia continued to move forward, the small sealed world had already taken in several tens of millions of refugees and could no longer hold any more. Now, in the small sealed world, besides the small plot of land where the medicine garden was located, everything else was packed. The second territory had already been stripped away, leaving the third territory, which was vast and could easily accommodate more people. However, the key point was that the third territory was formed from the mainland of the devouring demons territory. It could be considered the second unformed demon territory. How could people from the star boundary survive in it? If they were really placed in it, it would not be long before they were eroded by the demon intent and turned into demons. The small sealed world could no longer be accepted. If they encountered any refugees, they could only point them in the direction of the High Heaven Palace. As for whether they lived or died along the way, no one could care so much. War had never been so cruel before. The GZ army did not expand by much. Bing Yun's Bingshan army had already expanded to 600,000 soldiers. The Bingshan army's foundation was not as solid as the GZ army's. Every time they encountered the demon race, they would suffer heavy casualties. Naturally, they would need to expand. As long as there were people who wanted to join the battle, the Bingshan army would gladly accept them. Whether it was the GZ army or the Bingshan army, they were both armies of the Northern Territory. After the incident in the Western Territory, they both returned to the Northern Territory. For the past month, the Bingshan army, like the GZ army, had been fighting in various parts of the Northern Territory. 5 days ago, the two armies met outside Surging Wave City. Surging Wave City was a small city. Legend had it that in the past, the Emperor Realm came here and spread his branches and leaves. He attracted living beings from all over and gradually formed the city. Because the Emperor's name contained the word Surging Waves, the city was named after him. However, this was a long time ago, and whether it was true or not was impossible to verify. Surging Wave City was originally an unknown city in the vast Northern Territory. There were only a few 100,000 residents in the city, and the strongest was only a Dao source. There was not even an emperor. It was probably inferior to Maplewood City in the past. However, this place was now very famous. The demon saint, Huang Wuji, and the Iron Blood Great Emperor, Zhan Wuhen, had once fought here and disappeared together. When the demon saint and the great emperors disappeared, a crack appeared in the sky and black dots were born. The surroundings of Surging Waves City turned into the demon land, and this place became one of the 108 demon dens. Inside the demon den, there were nearly 3 million demon race soldiers stationed here. In the demon land, the demon race soldiers were densely packed and there was no end in sight. With so many demon race soldiers gathered in one place, the world was filled with demonic chi and chaos. In the past 5 days, the GZ army and the Bingshan army had joined forces and clashed 3 times with the old demon race, but all of them ended in failure. This demon den was different from the other demon dens that Yang Kai had encountered recently. The demon race seemed to place a lot of importance on this place. Not only were there 3 million demon race soldiers stationed here, there were even 5 half-saint experts among them. Yang Kai also had many experts under his command. Including Zhui Feng, Dharmakaya, Bai Zhua, and Bai Ya, there were 4 half-saint experts. Yang Kai himself was almost equivalent to a half-saint. Moreover, Bing Yun was a fake emperor. In terms of the number of half-saint experts, the two armies were not inferior to the demon race. However, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Although an army of 1 million wasn't a small number, the demon race had 3 times the number of soldiers. Moreover, the demon race was stationed in the demon land. The ubiquitous demonic chi in the demon land affected the combat strength of an ordinary cultivator. On the contrary, the demon race was like a fish in water. During the first clash, both sides fought for a full day and night. Within a 300,000-kilometer radius, the corpses of both sides' clansmen could be seen everywhere. The army of 1 million was also reduced by more than 100,000. After attacking for a long time, seeing that the bloodthirst technique was about to lose its effect, Yang Kai and Bing Yun could only helplessly retreat. That night, Yang Kai put Bing Yun and all of his half-saint subordinates into the small sealed world and single-handedly became the demon race's main camp. As long as he could get rid of the 5 half-saint experts on the demon race's side, the remaining demon race members wouldn't be able to pose a threat. Chapter 37:11. However, the half-saint of demon race seemed to have been prepared for this. They gathered together and never separated. The half-saint experts from both sides engaged in another great battle. In the end, one of the demon race's half-saint was injured. 2 days later, in the GZ army's commander's tent, Yang Kai encountered an assassination attempt. The assassin was a shadow demon half-saint. He quietly infiltrated the GZ army alone and launched an attack. If it wasn't for Yang Kai's extraordinary soul cultivation, it would have ended in tragedy. Even so, Yang Kai was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. In the past, he only knew that the shadow demon race was talented and proficient in the art of concealment and assassination. The shadow demon half-saint was one of the best among them. However, this knowledge was one thing. It wasn't until he personally encountered it that he had a clear and profound understanding of this matter. The shadow demon half-saint's infiltration and sneak attack were simply impossible to guard against. Even Yang Kai didn't notice it, let alone the others. Fortunately, the shadow demon half-saint left a trace when he attacked. Yang Kai was alerted and immediately turned his body into nothingness, thus avoiding a disaster. The shadow demon half-saint didn't succeed in his attack and immediately fled. Yang Kai activated the law of space to solidify the void but still wasn't able to stop him. When Bai Ya's Dharmakaya and the others heard the commotion and rushed over, there was no trace of the enemy. 1 head-on battle, 2 sneak attacks, in just 5 days, 3 clashes. This made Yang Kai and Bing Yun realize that the enemy in front of them was a tough nut to crack. It would be difficult to defeat the 3 million demon race's army with just the strength they currently possessed. Yang Kai and Bing Yun stood side by side on a lonely peak surrounded by clouds. They stood on the peak of the mountain and looked at Songlong City that was thousands of miles away. Even though they were thousands of miles away and more than a month had passed, the aftermath of the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint could still be clearly seen. Above the demon land, under the ink dots, the great emperor's emperor auras circulated while the demon saint's demonic aura wreaked havoc. They turned into 2 dazzling lights in the air and entangled with each other endlessly. How many years had it been since experts of this level fought in this universe? That remnant battlefield was definitely a holy land for one to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. If someone could comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth from the clash of those 2 forces, they would definitely reap great benefits, allowing their own cultivation to progress by leaps and bounds. However, that place was currently under the control of the demon race, so who could cross over? On the contrary, it was the demon race where many demon king level powerhouses and above were comprehending. "Senior, is there any news?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked around for a while before asking. Bing Yun sighed and said, "None of them can leave. They all have their own enemies to deal with." Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. He had already expected this result. The two armies had clashed with the demon race 3 times, but no one could do anything to the other. Bing Yun was wondering if they could ask for help from the other armies in the Northern Territory. They could work together to remove this nail in front of them and then eliminate the demon race in the other demon dens one by one. But now, all the armies in the astral boundary were busy fighting the demon race. Who could come and help? Li Wui had received countless requests for reinforcements, so he could not send more people. He could only let the various army commanders think of a way to solve this problem. Now, in the 4 territory of the astral boundary, there were 108 demon dens. Every one of them had a demon race army stationed there. Although many demon race in the demon dens had been eliminated in the past month, the demon land still remained. Even the astral boundary's laws of heaven and earth could not repair it. The demon race in some demon dens had already evacuated in advance before the astral boundary's army arrived. They gathered in a larger demon den, causing the astral boundary's army to miss. Most of the demon dens were still manageable. After all, the number of half-saint in the demon territory was limited. Not every demon den had a half-saint overseeing it. For example, in the Water Cloud sect, there was no half-saint powerhouse. Yang Kai could single-handedly turn the place upside down. However, some demon dens overseen by a half-saint were more difficult to deal with. Among them, there were more than one half-saint overseeing demon dens. There were a total of 10 demon dens overseen by more than one half-saint. The demon race attached great importance to these 10 demon dens. There were at least 4 or 5 half-saint in each of them. Song Lang City in front of them was one of them. These 10 demon dens were where the ink dots first appeared in the astral boundary that day. It was also where the 7 great emperors, Yu Ru Meng, and the others disappeared along with the demon saint. Song Lang City alone was enough to hold back the GZ army, preventing them from diverting their attention to other matters. The same was true for the other 9 demon dens. These 10 demon dens were enough to prevent the 30 armies of the astral boundary from acting rashly. They could only divide their forces to defend against the demon race. At this point, anyone could see that these 10 demon dens were extremely important to the demon race. The demon land could ignore the other demon dens, but these 10 demon dens had to be conquered. As long as they could conquer these 10 demon dens, no matter what schemes the demon race had, it would be difficult to carry them out. However, how difficult would it be to conquer them? Based on the current situation of the various armies in the astral boundary, it was no different from a pipe dream. These 10 demon dens were also scattered across the 4 territories of the astral boundary. Among them, 3 were in the Northern Territory, 3 were in the Southern Territory, and 2 were in the Eastern Territory and Western Territory. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "Gathering all the powerhouses in one place and finishing everything in one go might not be a bad idea." Bing Yun nodded and said, "I've also thought about what you said. We have the Space Spirit Bead and the One Realm Bead. Our mobility is far greater than the demon races. If we can gather 10 fake Emperor-level powerhouses, we might be able to eat this fat piece of meat in front of us. However, once they leave, what will happen to the armies under them? The demon race will definitely not let go of this opportunity. Without the fake Emperor-level powerhouses, those armies will definitely suffer heavy casualties. If that's the case, the losses will outweigh the gains. It's not impossible to bring the entire army into the One Realm Bead, but this means that we will completely abandon our vigilance against certain demon dens." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Senior is right. What does Army Commander Li think?" Bing Yun said, "The general said to wait for news from Dragon Island. If the 2 elders from Dragon Island can come out of seclusion, then all the problems will be solved." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then I'm afraid it won't take long." Ever since they returned to the High Heaven Palace from the Northern Territory, Yang Kai asked Xianxia to escort Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to Dragon Island. Now that a month had passed, there should be some results. The astral realm was in danger. Although Dragon Island was a small world, it was also dependent on the astral realm. No matter how much the dragon race did not care about worldly affairs, they would not stand by and do nothing in this situation. They still understood the principle of interdependence. I hope so. Seeing Yang Kai's determined expression, Bing Yun also smiled. While they were talking, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand. At the same time, the law of space fluctuated slightly. When he opened his hand again, there was a jade slip in his hand. Li Wui's aura came from the jade slip. Bing Yun said, "A message from Army Commander Li?" Yang Kai nodded and immersed his divine sense into it. After checking it, he smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, I'm afraid I can't fight alongside you." "What does the general want you to do?" Bing Yun asked. Yang Kai threw the jade slip over and said, "The general wants me to go to the demon territory to search for the great emperors and devour the demon territory." Bing Yun had already finished reading the contents of the jade slip and knew what he said was correct. He nodded and said, "This is a good idea. Just by looking at the number of demon race troops in the heavens and earth, we know that the demon race's elites have all left. The ones left are probably the old and the weak. You shouldn't be in any danger in the demon territory." He smiled and said, "The demon race invaded my astral realm. Army Commander Li is giving them a taste of their own medicine." If Yang Kai went deep into the enemy's territory to devour the demon territory, the demon race would definitely not ignore it. At that time, Yang Kai alone would be able to divert a lot of the demon race's attention. It would be even better if he could draw away a few half-saint. Moreover, Li Wui guessed that the great emperors should be in the demon territory right now. The main purpose of this trip was to find out the great emperor's whereabouts and current situation. Yang Kai said seriously, "After I leave, I'll have to ask Senior to take care of the GZ army." Bing Yun laughed and said, "Your GZ army is strong and powerful. Which army in the astral realm can compare to it? Why would you need me to take care of it? My Bingshan army needs your GZ army to take care of it." Hyoji might be steady, but he's still young. Now that the great emperors are missing, I'm afraid his mind will be in chaos. Bing Yun said seriously, "Don't worry, I'll take care of him." Yang Kai nodded and thanked him. Bing Yun said, "When are you leaving? Where are you going?" Yang Kai replied, "I'll leave after I make some arrangements." He looked at the black dot thousands of miles away and grinned. "Let's leave from there." Bing Yun followed his gaze and was stunned. She secretly sighed at Yang Kai's courage. "If you want to leave from there, perhaps you can make some arrangements." Yang Kai looked at her and thought for a moment before understanding Bing Yun's plan. He nodded and said, "I'll listen to Senior." The two of them immediately set off and returned to their encampment. A moment later, in the GZ Army's commander's tent, the two armies gathered. Yang Kai told them that he was preparing to leave for the demon territory, causing an uproar. After knowing that this was Li Wui's order, they fell silent. Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo requested to follow. After all, they were arranged by Yu Ru Meng and Bai Liamo to protect Yang Kai. Logically speaking, wherever Yang Kai went, they had to follow. However, now that the war situation was critical, how could Yang Kai cut off the arms of the two armies at such a crucial time? He immediately rejected them. Even his Dharmakaya was left behind by Yang Kai. After a simple discussion, everyone dispersed. At night, the two armies gathered and launched a fierce attack on Songlong City. The demon race was already prepared and naturally met the enemy quickly. However, what made the demon race a little puzzled was that the attack of the humans this time was all bark and no bite. After an hour, the humans had already retreated. It was very puzzling. Watching the human army retreat like a receding tide, the devil race's half-saints stood in the void with their brows tightly knitted. They instinctively felt that the human army was up to something, but they didn't notice it at all. Suddenly, the shadow demon half-saint who had previously infiltrated the GZ army to assassinate Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the black dot in the sky. His eyes flashed. He only needed to raise his head to see Xianxia riding Windchaser not more than 1.5 kilometers away from him. He leisurely moved forward, as if he was leisurely coming to the demon territory to play. At such a distance, to Qianchong, it was almost as if they were face to face. He could already make a killing move. However, before he could make a move, he suddenly saw Xianxia turn around and smile brightly in his direction. That smile was full of the taste of a successful scheme. Qianchong's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. However, before he could react, his body suddenly collided with a layer of gentle force. That force was invisible and very well hidden, and Qianchong didn't notice it at all. The force didn't have any killing power, and it was probably only used for reconnaissance. However, after colliding with that force, the figure hidden in the void immediately revealed itself. "I've been waiting for a long time." A person's voice came from the side. Along with the voice, a figure stepped out of the void. He was dressed in white and had one hand behind his back. He was calm and composed, and he had the bearing of a master. Li Wui. Qianchong's hair stood on end, and his eyes widened. His mind was full of questions. Why is he here? In the astral boundary, there weren't many false emperors, and they couldn't compare to the half-saint in the demon race. Even with Yu Rumeng and the other subordinates, the number of false emperors in the astral boundary was still somewhat lacking compared to the demon race. However, the disparity wasn't that great. Among all the false emperors, Li Wui was the most famous, and the half-saint feared him the most. This was because at least 3 half-saint had died at his hands. He was an existence that stood above all the false emperors and half-saint. His title as the strongest person in the astral boundary below the great emperors was not just empty words. Although Qianchong was powerful and could look down on all the false emperors in the astral boundary, he definitely didn't dare to underestimate Li Wui. Therefore, the moment he saw Li Wui, Qianchong knew that this was a trap. A trap to lure people into a trap. And Qianchong just had to step into it. Without hesitation, Qianchong's figure retreated. Not far behind him was the passage between the 2 realms. As long as he returned to the passage, he would be able to return to the demon land. At that time, Li Wui wouldn't be able to do anything to him. On the contrary, he could join forces with his companions and see if there was a chance to kill Li Wui here. However, just as he moved, a scorching heat came from behind him. This heat seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. Before the attack even arrived, Qianchong's face was filled with shock. His retreating figure suddenly froze. He didn't stop moving at all, displaying his powerful strength. Dodging to the side, Qianchong hastily turned his head to look back. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, a slender woman with bright eyes and white teeth was smiling faintly at him. Her hand formed a seal, and a flame danced like a dragon, chasing after him. While casting her technique, the woman smiled and said, "Xianxia, there really is an idiot who walked right into my trap." Xianxia spurred his horse over and laughed. "If he isn't an idiot, how can I compare to him?" As soon as he finished speaking, he had already sent a palm strike towards Qianchong. As the law of space fluctuated, he shouted, "Condense!" At the same time, Li Wui also slowly raised his palm and sent it towards Qianchong. Although he was strong, his opponent was also a half-saint. This palm strike contained his full strength. With the combined strength of the 2, the space around Qianchong suddenly froze. Qianchong, who was escaping like a shadow, instantly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The blood in his heart roiled, and his breathing became difficult. His originally unpredictable figure also became extremely sluggish because of this. The scorching heat quickly attacked, causing Qianchong to break out in cold sweat. With a shout, his demonic qi surged out, and the surrounding space immediately became like a mirror that was bombarded by a huge force. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, countless small cracks appeared. With a crash, the void collapsed, and chaos gradually rose. Qianchong also took this opportunity to break free from the restraints of the void. However, in this short delay, the fiery light had already pounced in front of him. At this time, Qianchong had already used up all of his strength and had yet to regenerate his strength. Although this gap was so short that it was negligible, it was still perfectly grasped by the woman. The fiery light enveloped Xianxia in an instant, and then turned into a ring of fire. It quickly shrunk and suddenly tightened, firmly binding Xianxia. The ring of fire bound him, and the scorching heat caused the demonic qi on the surface of his body to sizzle. Xianxia was greatly shocked, and he bit the tip of his tongue. His aura suddenly surged, and the ring of fire that bound him showed signs of collapsing. With two whooshing sounds, two more fiery lights flew out from the woman's hands. Like the first fiery light, they swayed like fire dragons and enveloped Xianxia. The three fiery lights turned into three rings of fire that bound Xianxia's chest, waist, and legs. Xianxia, who had been on the verge of breaking free, now showed a look of despair. Yang Kai and Li Wuyi's attacks arrived at the same time. Li Wuyi's robes fluttered in the wind as his emperor qi surged, and he pointed a finger at Xianxia. This finger seemed to be extremely slow, but it also seemed to be completed in an instant. When this finger was pointed, Xianxia's head jerked back as if he had been struck by lightning. A finger-sized hole appeared on his forehead, but strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Yang Kai also pointed his finger. Unlike Li Wuyi's calmness, when he pointed his finger, the void trembled and the world hummed. The power of his finger was terrifying to the extreme. Xianxia's chest suddenly caved in, and then his entire body rapidly shrank, collapsing into the hollow. Collapse. Li Wuyi's eyes lit up when he saw this. As a grand master proficient in the Tao of space, Li Wuyi knew that Yang Kai's move was extraordinary. He had already comprehended the essence of the Tao of space. The scene of a living person collapsing so quickly was somewhat strange. If Yang Kai was alone, it would be impossible for him to defeat this shadow demon half-saint, but by taking him by surprise, Li Wuyi and Yang Yan were able to defeat him in a very short time. In just 3 breaths of time, Xianxia's entire body had completely collapsed, and a small black dot suddenly formed in the void. The 3 rings of fire flew towards Yang Yan and wrapped around his white wrist. Just as he was about to say something to Yang Kai with a smile on his face, his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Be careful!" Kong. The small black dot suddenly expanded, exploding into countless figures, each of which looked exactly like Xianxia. There were tens of thousands of figures, and each of them had the same aura, making it impossible to distinguish which was the real one. The tens of thousands of figures scattered in all directions. Li Wuyi and Yang Yan attacked together, and before the figures could even run a few steps, more than half of them were eliminated. Yang Kai's entire body tensed up, feeling as if he was being stared at by a great monster. Looking up, he saw a figure rapidly rushing towards him. In the eyes of this figure, there was an unforgettable hatred and determination to perish together with him. A trapped beast's desperate struggle. Yang Kai coldly snorted and flicked his wrist, summoning the mountains and rivers bell. With a light flick of his finger, a melodious sound rang out, and a world-suppressing power swept out in all directions. Chapter 37:13. As soon as Xianxia appeared, he was surrounded by Yang Kai, Li Wuyi, and Yang Yan. Before he could use his divine technique, he was beaten half to death. Although he tried his best to escape, he was still heavily injured. At this moment, he didn't even have half of his peak strength. When the mountains and rivers bell rang, the sound of the bell directly entered his mind. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. The melodious sound of the bell echoed in the demon territory, shattering the void and reaching the star boundary. Logically speaking, even if the 2 worlds were connected by a passage, the commotion in the demon territory shouldn't have reached the star boundary. However, the sound of the mountains and rivers bell did. After the sound of the bell, the expressions of many half-saint in the demon land shook. A thought appeared in their minds: success. The demon race knew a lot about Yang Kai. They knew that he had a treasure like the mountains and rivers bell. Why would he use such a treasure unless he was in a life and death situation? Therefore, when they heard the sound of the bell, the half-saint felt that Yang Kai was at the end of his road. It wouldn't be long before Xianchong returned with good news. While they were secretly happy, they were also envious of Xianchong's good luck. Killing Yang Kai was a great contribution. He would be able to obtain the personal guidance of the demon saint. Coincidentally, Bing Yun and the others also had the same thought. The demon race didn't know about Yang Kai's arrangements, but Bing Yun and the others knew. Before the two armies attacked, Yang Kai had disappeared for a while. Needless to say, he had gone to find reinforcements. In the demon territory, Xianchong spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was no longer graceful and agile. Yang Kai urged his horse to charge at him. The mountains and rivers bell in his hands spun and rapidly enlarged, covering his head. Xianchong wanted to dodge, but the mountains and rivers bell's suppressive power made his body feel heavy. He couldn't dodge no matter what. With a boom, the bell fell and covered Xianchong, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai jumped down from wind-chasing wolf and rushed to the side of the mountains and rivers bell in a single step, then struck out with his palm. There was another loud bang, and the sound waves were visible to the naked eye. The shadows that were fleeing in all directions were instantly turned into nothingness. Xianchong's scream came from the mountains and rivers bell. Yang Kai didn't stop there. He struck the mountains and rivers bell again and again. The bell rang continuously, and Xianchong's screams turned into screams and howls. After dozens of palms, Xianchong's voice gradually disappeared. Yang Kai put away the mountains and rivers bell, but where was Xianchong's figure? All that was left was a pile of mangled flesh and blood. It was almost impossible to tell the shape of a human. The dignified shadow demon half-saint had died in such a humiliating manner. This was probably something that he had never expected when he had chased after them. Yang Kai scanned him with his divine sense, and after confirming that he was no longer breathing, he reached out and pulled him into the sealed world bead. Yang Yen frowned. "What's the point of taking such a filthy thing?" Yang Kai said, "What if he faked his death? Once he enters the sealed world bead, even if he has extraordinary abilities, he won't be able to cause any trouble." In the sealed world bead, he was the master. The moment he collected Xianchong's corpse, he had already used his means to destroy it. Yang Yen nodded. "It's good to be careful." Li Wuyi said, "Boy, take care of yourself. We're leaving." "Take care, we won't see you out." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. He knew that he had wasted a lot of their time. Without them, it would be bad if something happened to their legions. Yang Yen saw his cheeky smile and stretched out a hand to poke his forehead. Li Wuyi nodded. "If there is news from the great emperors, reply immediately." Saying so, he wrapped Yang Yen with his emperor chi and retreated towards the passage between the two worlds. In the sky above Surging Wave City, the expressions of the few semi-saints were uncertain. When the mountains and rivers bell rang for the first time, they all thought that Yang Kai was about to die, but the ringing of the bell didn't stop. It rang a few dozen times in a row, and there was no sign of it slowing down, which made them feel that something was wrong. At this time, the bell stopped ringing and the several half-saint were discussing whether to send people in to check the situation. Suddenly, they saw two figures appear under the blackta. The half-saint was shocked and looked over. One demon shouted in a low voice, "Li Wu?" Li Wuyi glanced at them faintly before his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. The several half-step sages watched as Li Wuyi fled, none of them making a move to stop him. Of course, Li Wuyi's strength was terrifying, but the main reason was that they knew that even if they tried to stop him, they wouldn't be able to. In this world, if Li Wuyi wanted to leave, no one could stop him except for the demon saint. This person was like Yang Kai, proficient in the law of space and could come and go like the wind. However, he was much more terrifying than Yang Kai because he was a genuine false emperor. They looked at each other in dismay and realized that Xianchong's fate was likely to be sealed. After Li Wuyi and Yang Yen left, Yang Kai immediately sealed the passage between the two worlds. Although he estimated that the demon race wouldn't send people to chase after him, he still had to be careful. After the passage between the two worlds was sealed, Yang Kai had the time to look around. The world laws of this continent were not small, but he wasn't sure which continent he was on. Although he had visited almost all the continents in the demon race's territory in the past, except for a few continents with obvious characteristics, the others were more or less the same. If he didn't ask someone, he wouldn't be able to figure it out. However, this didn't matter. In any case, he was going to devour it, so who cares which continent it was? Before devouring, Yang Kai first tried to use the Space Spirit Bead to contact Yu Ru Meng and the 7 Great Emperors. He already had the Space Spirit Bead that could contact Yu Ru Meng, and from Li Wuyi he obtained 7 more Space Spirit Beads that could contact the Great Emperors. As long as any one of them was on this continent, he would be able to contact them. Unfortunately, to his disappointment, the Space Spirit Bead didn't respond to him at all. However, he wasn't too disappointed. There were so many continents in the demon race's territory. The corpses of the dead demon race were buried deep underground, and the demonic chi did not dissipate, waiting for the right time to break out. When the demon saint attacked, the demonic chi would break out. Under the combined efforts of the two sides, the barrier between the two worlds was broken, and the passage between the two worlds appeared. And because of the nourishment of the large amount of demonic chi, the 108 demon land appeared in the astral plane. The demon race had completely cut off their own path of retreat. They had completely put up a desperate fight. Were they so confident that they could swallow the astral plane? Once they were defeated, even if they fled back to the demon territory, without Master Pang as a base, it would be extremely difficult for them to recover. Yang Kai's expression became dignified, faintly feeling that the demon race was playing a big game, but the current situation was complicated and confusing, making it impossible to see what was going on. Flame Demon still wanted to ask something, but Yang Kai had already reached out and grabbed him, taking him into the small sealed world and throwing him into the third territory. Flame Demon thought that Yang Kai was going back on his word and was going to attack him, so his face filled with despair, but when he came back to his senses, he found that he was unscathed. Looking at the scene in front of him again, he could not help but be stunned. In the third territory, there were still many members of the demon race. Basically, they were all residents of the territories under Yu Ru Meng and Bei Liemo. There was no dispute in the small sealed world. At this moment, these demon race members had built many cities in the third territory and were living and working in peace. The place where Flame Demon appeared was the center of one of these cities, and there were so many of his clansmen living around him. He could not help but feel like he had been reborn, tears streaming down his face. Yang Kai sat on the rolling giant head, forming a seal with one hand, his eyes closed, his divine sense surging as he combined all the information he had obtained to calculate the demon race's intentions. Unfortunately, even though his head was hurting from thinking, he still came up empty-handed. Although he was certain that the demon race was plotting something big, and it was definitely detrimental to the star boundary, the information he had was limited, so it was really difficult to get a clear picture of the overall situation. The rolling swallowing movement stopped, and its giant body seemed to have expanded a little. Yang Kai looked around and saw that there was nothing around him. The continent he had landed on had been completely swallowed up. Yang Kai got up, stomped his foot, and the rolling body immediately shrank and transformed back into the sealed world bead. By the time he reached the next continent, it was already a few days later. He released the rolling body and continued to devour. Just like the first continent, the demon race on this continent was almost completely wiped out. Although he had expected this, when he confirmed it, Yang Kai could not help frowning. The two races were at war and were enemies with each other. It was reasonable to say that no matter how many people died on the side of the demon race, as a human, Yang Kai would not feel too much about it. In fact, he would rather see more of the demon race die. However, a battle on the battlefield was a battle on the battlefield. No one would be lenient when killing enemies on the battlefield, and they would only hate themselves for not killing enough. However, the demon race did not hesitate to destroy their own foundation in order to break through the barrier between the two realms. However, on second thought, the demon race was brutal. As soon as this object appeared, the expression of Zhan Wu Hen, who had been as calm as an ancient well, changed. He only felt a monstrous evil aura rushing towards him. Moreover, this aura gave him a sense of déjà vu. He couldn't help but recall the day when he saw the big hand that stretched out from the void above Tsanglang City. At this moment, the evil aura gave off a similar feeling to that big hand. He had never figured out where that big hand came from, and only now did he understand. Looking at it with rapt attention, a trace of dark red light flashed in his eyes. Seeing through the layers of obstacles, he could clearly see the shape of the object in Huang Wuji's hand. It was a green, withered, and broken palm. The palm was cut off at the wrist, and the cut was very clean, as if it had been cut off by someone with a sharp weapon. No one knew how many years had passed, but there was no longer any blood flowing out from the cut on the palm. However, when the broken palm appeared, a monstrous, evil aura surged out. Zhan Wu Hen was surprised. Just by looking at the power of this broken palm, he could imagine what kind of cultivation level the owner of this palm had. The Iron Blood Great Emperor, who had already reached the peak of the martial Tao, seemed to see a new door open in front of him when he saw this broken palm. For a moment, his emotions were in turmoil, and he couldn't control himself, his body trembling slightly. Huang Wuji sneered, "Are you afraid? It's not too late to beg for mercy." Zhan Wu Hen's body trembled even more. He lowered his head, and the hair on his forehead cast a thick shadow in front of his eyes. He chuckled, "So that's how it is, so that's how it is, so that's how it is, it's all true." Huang Wuji saw him muttering to himself, but he didn't know what he was muttering about. However, the way he looked at him as if he didn't put him in his eyes made him furious. He said in a cold voice, "Stubborn." As he spoke, he raised the broken palm and slammed it down in Zhan Wu Hen's direction. A green light flashed out of the broken palm, turning into a giant green palm, and slammed into the red light. In an instant, the light overflowed, and the inexplicable space changed, as if it could collapse at any time. As the palm slammed down, the red light, which had a slight advantage, suddenly swayed and retreated. The black light took advantage of the situation and immediately seized the opportunity. Within the red light, Zhan Wu Hen's body was lowered, and his face was slightly pale. However, he roared and released a strong fighting spirit. He forced himself to straighten his body, and the fluctuating red light quickly stabilized. "You're courting death." Huang Wuji was shocked by Zhan Wu Hen's willpower, and once again slammed down with the broken palm. The red light retreated again. After 3 palms, Zhan Wu Hen's mouth was overflowing with blood. The red light, which had the upper hand, was now suppressed to within 10 feet of him. A 7-colored light bloomed, and in his knowledge sea, the 7-colored island shrank and transformed into its original form of the soul-warming lotus, constantly rotating high up in the sky, releasing a dense 7-colored light. Like rain on dry land, Yang Kai's sluggish thoughts suddenly recovered at this moment. Inside his body, the 7-colored light escaped from the cracks, gushing out from his nose and mouth before enveloping Yang Kai's entire soul. The majestic power of the soul-warming lotus cut off the influence of the ancient battlefield on him. In an instant, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he quickly flew out. This time, he completely recovered and was no longer affected by the time principle. The moment he rushed out of the ancient battlefield, Yang Kai's soul returned to his body. Atop the rolling head, Yang Kai's main body, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and gasped for breath. Like a drowning man who had just been reborn, a look of lingering fear on his face as his clothes were soaked in sweat. Before he could examine his condition carefully, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as 2 streams of golden blood flowed out from his nostrils. He felt a splitting headache and could not help howling miserably. Although the encounter just now had not destroyed his soul, it had still injured his soul. This kind of pain was definitely not comparable to ordinary physical injuries. No wonder he was able to comprehend and absorb the martial Tao true meanings of these two. Originally, he thought it was a meat pie that fell from the sky, but now he realized that this meat pie was not something that just anyone could eat. Although he did not obtain the Flowing Time Great Emperor's mantle and inheritance, he had at least cultivated the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal and had scratched the surface of the principles of time. With this foundation, he was naturally able to comprehend and absorb the martial Tao true meanings of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. For the same reason, when he was promoted to high-rank Demon King, he was affected by the world laws of the demon territory and became the demon race. His Emperor Qi had turned into Demon Qi, and only the soul-warming lotus had protected his knowledge Si and prevented him from truly becoming a part of the demon race. He could already be considered half a demon race. Therefore, he was able to comprehend and absorb the martial Tao true meanings of the demon race. Everything seemed to be a coincidence, but who could say for sure whether this was an opportunity or fate? Fortunately, Yang Kai was here. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to obtain any benefits. Instead, their martial Tao true meanings would corrode their heart and ruin their cultivation. Even if Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were here, they would only be able to absorb the martial Tao true meanings of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and Great Emperors. They would not be able to comprehend and absorb the martial Tao true meanings of the demon race's martial Tao true meanings and would naturally be affected. After understanding this, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth could not help but curve into a heartfelt smile as he walked forward step by step. Previously, when his soul clone came here, it wasn't very qualified to act as a vessel, so Yang Kai only managed to persist for a short while before he couldn't bear it and quickly withdrew. Now that his main body had arrived, this vessel was much better than a pure soul clone. If his previous soul clone was just a small pond, then his main body was now a lake, able to withstand much more. Although he still could not bear the torment of the 2 dragons, Yang Kai was not dead, so he naturally grasped his own limits. 5,000 feet. The strength of the carrier, coupled with the martial Tao true meanings Yang Kai had comprehended and absorbed before, allowed Yang Kai to walk forward a full 5,000 feet before he was forced to stop. At this point, he could no longer move forward. If he forced himself to continue, he would probably suffer indelible injuries. His soul was being torn apart, and his physical body was also in unbearable pain. He could not help but tremble as drops of golden blood seeped out of his pores. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and clenched his fists, his face twisted into a frightening grimace. This time, he walked for another 500 feet. Kai Yang finally came to a stop. He had already reached his limit. His huge body sat down cross-legged, as towering as a small mountain. Within this ancient battlefield, Yang Kai opened up his body and mind, allowing the 2 forces to invade his body while silently comprehending. During this time, Yang Kai did not move at all. It was not until 3 months later that he opened his eyes. His majestic dragon eyes were full of spirit, and it was obvious that he had gained a lot. He could not help but grin, but the sound of rolling thunder could be heard, shaking the world. If a timid person were to come here and see this scene, they would be scared to death by Yang Kai's ferocious mouth. Within 1,000 feet of the ancient battlefield, the 2 forces that had been wreaking havoc for countless years had completely disappeared. They had been absorbed into Yang Kai's body and refined. Without the principles of time, the flow of time naturally returned to normal. Yang Kai's mind moved, and in the next moment Boya, who was sitting on the rolling thunderhead with her hands supporting her chin, heard Yang Kai's voice. "How long has it been?" Although Boya did not understand why Yang Kai would ask such a childish question, she still answered, 5 days. Fortunately, it had only been 5 days. In the ancient battlefield, Yang Kai got up and stepped forward. His pace was not fast, but every step he took caused the earth to tremble. As he walked, the blood covering his body fell off. But after a few steps, Yang Kai had a suspicious look on his face. Why did it feel like he had grown a little taller? Chapter 3722. Inside the demon territory, the continents disappeared one after another, and the third territory of the sealed world bead was gradually approaching perfection. Yang Kai was cultivating inside the ancient battlefield and had lost all sense of time, only knowing that he was growing stronger every once in a while. When only half of the ancient battlefield remained, which covered an area of several 100,000 kilometers, Yang Kai experienced some unexpected changes. On this day, Yang Kai opened his eyes and silently sensed the changes in his body. He then asked Boya about the situation outside and learned that it would take at least a few more days for a certain continent to be completely devoured. Gathering his thoughts, Yang Kai strode forward. When he reached his limit, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and opened his mind. As always, the two forces that filled the ancient battlefield immediately seemed to have found an outlet and rushed into his body. Using his body as a medium and as a battlefield, these two forces clashed with each other, continuing the shocking war from ancient times. It seemed that a victor and loser were about to be decided. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He felt that this time was a little different from before, as if there was something more, but when he carefully examined himself, he couldn't find anything. He couldn't help feeling a little puzzled, wondering if he was just being paranoid. But just as he was thinking so, two figures suddenly appeared in his mind. One was tall and indomitable, while the other was small, not even 1/10,000th the size of the tall figure. However, this small figure was obviously fighting with the tall giant, and their battle was in full swing, neither side gaining the upper hand. Yang Kai's expression brightened and he almost broke away from that mysterious feeling. But soon he stabilized his mind and carefully examined himself, discovering that these two figures gave him a somewhat familiar feeling. These two figures were not visible to the naked eye, but through his divine sense, but for some reason, whether it was the giant figure or the small one, Yang Kai felt like he couldn't see through them. Whether it was their faces or their figures, they were all blurry and indistinct. Yang Kai only knew that they were fighting, but he didn't know what kind of shocking methods they were using. Suddenly, he felt a little anxious. This ancient battlefield was the place where the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor and a powerhouse of the demon race fought. Now that he was meditating, two figures suddenly appeared in his mind. No matter how stupid Yang Kai was, he could guess who these two figures were. Those were the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor and a powerhouse suspected to be the great demon god. Yang Kai absorbed the remnant true intent of their martial das. His consciousness traversed through time and space, witnessing the battle of that day once more. If he could observe it carefully, he would definitely reap great benefits. But now, Yang Kai could only see two vague figures. Not to mention what they had done, he couldn't even see their faces clearly. How could he observe anything? It would have been fine if he didn't know, but the key point was that he had already guessed it but couldn't pry into it. Yang Kai was really anxious. With a quick thought, he hadn't seen such a scene in the past. Presumably, he'd always been comprehending here during this period of time, and he'd faintly grasped the essence of the martial Tao true insights of these two experts, causing him to be able to obtain such a fortuitous encounter today. Since that was the case, as long as he continued to cultivate, there would be a time when he could see it clearly. With this thought, Yang Kai concentrated, no longer paying attention to the two fighting figures. He became more attentive to his comprehension. If this palm landed on his body, he would probably immediately turn into ashes, right? Staring blankly at the palm, Yang Kai's mind was completely filled with this palm, and he couldn't help but have a trace of understanding. So this was how the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal was used. Without comparison, he didn't feel anything, but now that he did, he realized that the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal he had used before was simply child's play. After this palm, there was another flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal, which repeated over and over again, as if it was a cycle of reincarnation. A real battle was definitely not like this. These two shadows were just something that Yang Kai had absorbed the true meaning of martial arts and observed. It was only because Yang Kai had also cultivated the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal that he was able to see this scene. After observing it over and over again, Yang Kai understood something. In the ancient battlefield, his dragon body also involuntarily moved, changing seals one after another, and a faint law of time lingered around his body, from thin to thick. It wasn't until the two shadows suddenly collapsed that Yang Kai reluctantly stopped his movements. Looking down at his two dragon claws, Yang Kai suddenly clenched them tightly and revealed a somewhat ferocious grin. Although it was still impossible for him to reach the level of the flowing time Great Emperor's Great Emperor, if he were to use the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal again, its power would definitely be earth-shaking. Getting up, Yang Kai's eyes were as firm as his footsteps as he walked forward. This time, he only saw the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal, but next time, he would definitely see more. As time passed, the area of the ancient battlefield shrank little by little. While Yang Kai was constantly becoming stronger, the things he could see were also becoming more and more, and it was no longer limited to just the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal. The scene of the two top masters fighting made Yang Kai feel intoxicated. Every time they collided, it seemed to be able to shatter everything and turn the world upside down. The only thing that made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable was that Yang Kai couldn't see what these two masters looked like. Their faces were blurry and indistinct. In the blink of an eye, several dozen years passed, and only the central region of the ancient battlefield remained. Coincidentally, there was only one last piece of land left in the demon territory that had not been devoured. In this final ancient battlefield, the two forces that filled it could be described as violent. Yang Kai tried to draw them into his body, but even he found it somewhat difficult to bear. Countless cracks appeared on his powerful dragon body as golden blood flowed out. In his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus was madly rotating, spreading a gentle force to maintain the clarity of Yang Kai's soul and repair his damaged soul. Kai Yang's mind was no longer focused on anything else. His entire being was completely immersed in the battle between the two figures. After so many years, Yang Kai was able to see the battle between the two figures more and more clearly. He really wanted to know what the final outcome of this battle would be. Although he had guessed that the flowing time Great Emperor would eventually be seriously injured and die, what would happen to the suspected Great Emperor? The answer lay in this final scene. Under his perception, the two figures were locked in a fierce battle, world principles were chaotic, and the heavens were falling apart. Yang Kai seemed to have seen the collapse of a world and sensed the division of the universe. His heart trembling, Yang Kai thought to himself, sure enough, the collapse of the demon territory was related to the flowing time Great Emperor. Chapter 3724. The first time he heard the name Mo Sheng, Yang Kai felt a little strange. The name of the demon race was very different from the name of the human race in the astral boundary. It had a strong territory style, but even if Yang Kai didn't understand the origin of the demon race's name, he knew that the name Mo Xing was a little inappropriate. It was too similar to the demon saint. Yang Kai was a little surprised that Mo Xing could live until now and not be killed by the other demon race. It was simply not ordinary luck. If it was just this, Yang Kai could only associate it with the demon saint. But in this situation he couldn't help but think more. Mo Xing, demon saint, demon god, they all sounded similar. Originally, Kai Yang had only casually asked this question, but who would have thought that Mo Xing would actually wave his hand and say, "Demon god is not demon god, that's what they called it. My real name is Mo Xing." Yang Kai couldn't help but take 2 steps back, but then he remembered that this was his own world. Why should he be afraid of him? He asked seriously, "Are you really the great demon god?" If so, then all the previous strangeness could be explained. It was because he faintly felt that there was something wrong with him that Yang Kai had been paying attention to him all these years. Mo Xing smiled faintly and didn't answer, appearing unfathomable. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of expression to show. Now that the 2 races in the astral boundary were fighting in the territory of the demon race, there were countless casualties. The hatred between the human race and the demon race was as deep as the sea, but the suspected great demon god of the demon race was actually standing in front of him. Even if Yang Kai had a calm mind, he was still somewhat at a loss at this moment. What made it even more difficult for him to adapt was that this scene was a little different from what he imagined. This guy who called himself the great demon god not only didn't have a ferocious face and bloodthirsty brutality in his imagination, but instead had a leisurely temperament, giving people a kind of amiable feeling. "Are you really the great demon god?" Yang Kai asked again. Mo Xing pondered for a moment and replied, "Yes and no." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai showed a puzzled expression, but before Mo Xing could answer, he suddenly understood, doppelganger. If the other party was really the great demon god, then how could he still have the qualifications to speak with him? He would most likely be killed while laughing. Moreover, how could a mid-rank demon king be the great demon god? He couldn't help but think of his avatar. He had an existence like the Dharmakaya, and the great demonic god's martial arts cultivation was many times higher than his, so it wasn't strange for him to have a doppelganger. Sort of. Mo Xing didn't try to defend himself. He just accepted Yang Kai's words and smiled at Yang Kai. "You took my things." Yang Kai poked his fingers into his eyes. "Are you referring to this?" Mo Xing nodded. "This pair of eyes was originally mine." Yang Kai grinned. "It's not yours, it's the great demon god's, and it's mine now." Now he could finally confirm that the person in front of him was really the great demon god's doppelganger, and that the one who fought against the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor in this ancient battlefield was also the great demon god. Mo Xing wasn't annoyed. He thought for a moment and said, "You're right, lost things are lost." He sighed again. "You humans are really amazing." It wasn't clear what he was thinking, but a look of nostalgia appeared on his face again. Yang Kai didn't care whether or not he was the great demon god's doppelganger. He was just a mid-rank demon king, and this was his territory, so he naturally didn't fear him. Chapter 37:25. That woman's strength suddenly increased greatly, so she naturally gained the upper hand in the battle, but that guy wasn't a pushover either. In a battle to the death, both sides suffered heavy losses. Mo Xing's tone was flat, as if he was talking about someone else's matter. Both sides were wary of each other, so naturally they temporarily stopped fighting and focused on healing their own injuries. However, once one's cultivation reaches this level, it is not easy to get injured, and once one is injured, how difficult would it be to recover? It is necessary to devour the auspicious spirit of a great world, so that guy came to this world. While speaking, Mo Xing waved his hand. Yang Kai's expression changed. So the great demon god was not a resident of the demon territory, but an uninvited guest from the outside? The reason he came to the demon territory was to heal his injuries and devour the so-called auspicious spirit of the demon territory. What exactly was this auspicious spirit? Yang Kai didn't understand, but he knew that it had a healing effect on the great demon god's injuries. Mo Xing smiled faintly and looked at Yang Kai. Did you know? This world was originally not called the demon territory, but had another name, the unmatched realm. It was only later that it became the demon territory, and the creatures that ruled this unmatched realm were the same as your star boundary, humans. Yang Kai was surprised. Really? If that was the case, then what was the current demon race all about? Mo Xing disdained to explain anything and continued. All creatures in the world belong to one of the four main categories: human, demon, and spirit. As long as one has a mind of their own, they can be classified into one of these four categories. Most of the 3,000 worlds were ruled by these four categories. This unmatched realm was ruled by the human race, but with the arrival of that guy, it changed. That guy healed in this world, devouring the world's auspicious spirit, and under his influence, the creatures of this world were gradually infected with demonic qi. Over the years, they became the demon race, and even the world's principles underwent subtle changes. Yang Kai was stunned. Never would he have thought that the demon race in the demon territory was originally the human race, but because of the influence of the great demon god, they had changed. After several tens of thousands of years of seclusion, the unmatched realm had undergone earth-shaking changes, and that guy's injuries had been suppressed. If he had another 10,000 to 20,000 years, he might have been able to fully recover. Naturally, he would have been able to come out of seclusion and find that woman to fight again. Speaking up to here, Mo Xing's brows furrowed, revealing an unhappy expression. Just at this time, an uninvited guest appeared in the unmatched realm, and without a single word, a fight broke out. Although that guy's injuries had healed quite a bit, he still hadn't fully recovered. The strength of the person who came was also not bad, and after a great battle, the unmatched realm collapsed, and that guy's body was also smashed to smithereens. Mo Xing shook his head and sighed. Although he didn't mention any names, how could Yang Kai not know that this uninvited guest was referring to the flowing time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors? The collapse of the demon territory was just as he had guessed, directly related to that great battle. What happened after that? Yang Kai asked. He had to admit that although this story was simple and straightforward to the extreme, it had already affected his state of mind, causing him to be impatient to know what happened after that. Although his physical body was smashed, his soul remained intact. Although it was a bit miserable, there was still a possibility of recovery. Chapter 3726. It was true that the unmatched realm had changed because of the great demon god, and its aura had spread to every inch of land, but this was still a mysterious small world, and Yang Kai was still its master. If Mo Xing could mobilize the world force of this world, could Yang Kai not do the same? The formless mighty force of heaven and earth pressed down on Mo Xing, but Mo Xing turned a deaf ear to it. Only when the mighty force was about to touch him did he chuckle and draw a circle around himself. The circle was not big, at most 3 feet in radius. However, this 3 feet radius was impenetrable, and the mighty force of heaven and earth was unable to penetrate it. Yang Kai couldn't help gritting his teeth when he saw this, feeling a headache coming on. The third territory, the mysterious small world, was originally a part of the demon territory, the territory of the unmatched realm. The great demon god could be regarded as the previous master of this world while Yang Kai was its current master, but whether it was the previous or current master, both of them had the ability to mobilize the power of this world. Now that they were fighting, it was like a fight between a left hand and a right hand. Even though Yang Kai's cultivation was much higher than Mo Xing's, there was nothing he could do to him, unless his control over this world was stronger than Mo Xing's. However, Mo Xing had stayed in the demon territory for countless years, and his aura had spread to every inch of the territory, so how could Yang Kai be stronger than him? Fortunately, The demon territory had become a part of the mysterious small world, so fighting here, Yang Kai had a geographical advantage. Otherwise, it would likely not be an evenly matched situation, but rather an all-out suppression. After pushing his strength for a while, Mo Sheng's body became impregnable, not to mention being injured. Even 10 meters around him couldn't penetrate. This kind of battle was about control of this world. It had little to do with one's cultivation, so even though Yang Kai could use his dragon transformation and other methods, he wasn't in the mood to use them. Being distracted would only give Mo Sheng opportunities, which was not beneficial to the current situation. The world buzzed and the world trembled. Inside the third territory, countless members of the demon race looked up, not knowing what was happening, their faces filled with panic. Not bad. Mo Sheng looked at Yang Kai calmly, being able to come into contact with the world force ahead of time. If you were given more time to grow, you may be able to jump out of this rut. Unfortunately, you're too pedantic. Saying so, he suddenly raised his hands and slowly pushed them to the sides, as if he was pushing a closed door. Following his movements, Yang Kai's hand, this world's and world force, which was only 10 meters in diameter, rapidly expanded its own Yang Kai. No matter how hard Yang Kai tried, he was unable to alleviate this passive situation, causing him to be greatly shocked. Is this the power of the great demon god? It was just a clone, but its control over the power of heaven and earth had reached such a level. At this moment of Yang Kai's, if he couldn't control this small sealed world, he was afraid it would really end in tragedy, so Yang Kai immediately focused his attention on connecting with the sealed world bead. The world buzzed even more violently. The originally invisible world force, under the control of the two previous masters, began to manifest, colliding with each other and resisting each other. When it reached a certain limit, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded, and then an enormous pitch-black dragon that was 3 kilometers long appeared out of thin air. It had dragon eyes, dragon whiskers, dragon mane, dragon claws, dragon might, and dragon scales, and it was clear at a glance that it was lifelike. At the same time, accompanied by a roar, an indomitable giant appeared between the heavens and earth. Its eyes were fierce and ferocious, but its face was a blur. Whether it was the giant dragon or the giant, they were all manifestations of this world's world force. It was only because Yang Kai and Mo Sheng pushed them to the extreme that they appeared in such a form. Yang Kai hid inside the dragon's head while Mo Sheng stood between the giant's chest and abdomen. The two behemoths quickly approached each other, and in an instant, the world seemed to shatter. Rumbling sounds rolled through the world like muffled thunder. The demons who were still living in this world all felt their chests tighten. Their blood and chi surged, and they felt like doomsday was coming. Collision after collision, no one could do anything to the other. They were both masters of this world, so the world force they could mobilize was naturally the same. In this kind of battle, there was no way to determine a winner unless one of them exposed a flaw. But whether it was Yang Kai or Mo Sheng, how could they make such a low-level mistake? Yang Kai roared, "Mo Sheng, if you continue fighting, I'm afraid this world will collapse. Since you are the great demon god, don't you care?" On the giant's chest, Mo Sheng smiled indifferently. "What does the survival of this world have to do with me?" To him, the existence of the demon race's territory was only necessary for him to recover from his injuries. Many years ago, the aura spiritual energy in the demon race's territory had been completely devoured by him. Although the unmatched realm had become the demon race's territory because of this, and the humans living in it had also turned into the demon race, it was more or less related to him, but what did it have to do with him? What he cared about now was the star boundary. That world still had the aura spiritual energy he needed. Letting out a long sigh, the giant dragon dodged the giant dragon's punch and retreated, retreating 1,000 miles in an instant. A thunderous voice rang out, "Don't make a meaningless fight, I don't want to kill you now." There were many things he wanted to ask Mo Sheng, such as who the woman who injured him was. Of course, what Yang Kai was more concerned about was what kind of scenery was outside of this world. Even the great emperors might not know much about this kind of thing, and the only one who knew about it the best was Mo Sheng. It would be a pity to kill such a character. However, when Emo Xing heard this, it was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and the always indifferent Emo Xing couldn't help showing a knowing smile. Kill me? You're so confident. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, his brow furrowing. Chapter 3727. However, this Emo Xing was able to mobilize the world force of the third territory of the mysterious small world, so Yang Kai couldn't feel at ease leaving him alive, so he had no choice but to eliminate him completely. As for the scenery outside the world force, Yang Kai looked up, hoping that one day he would be able to witness it with his own eyes. Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered that there were still countless demon race living in the third territory of the mysterious small world. Among these demon race, was there another great demon god clone? Just now, Yang Kai had asked Emo Xing how many clones he had, but Emo Xing simply smiled and didn't answer. Not answering was also an answer. Great demon god definitely had more clones than Emo Xing, otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Learning a lesson from his predecessor, Yang Kai immediately immersed himself in investigating all the places where the demon race gathered in the third territory, looking for clues. Yang Kai's invisible divine sense immediately swept through every inch of the third territory, and at that moment, the countless demon race living in the third territory all felt as if a pair of invisible eyes were staring at them. These were the eyes of the heavens and earth, and under the gaze of these eyes, no secret could be hidden. After half an hour, Yang Kai took back his divine sense and frowned slightly. Although he had carefully combed through his surroundings and hadn't found any suspicious demon race, considering the existence of Emo Xing, he wasn't sure if there was another great demon god clone in this mysterious small world. Over the years, Emo Xing had hidden himself perfectly. Yang Kai had paid attention to him more than once, but he had only felt that there was something wrong with him. As for what exactly was wrong, Yang Kai had never been able to tell, let alone that he was great demon god's clone. If there were other clones in this mysterious small world, they would also be able to hide themselves perfectly like Emo Xing. However, after thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai realized that this mysterious small world was still his mysterious small world, so even if there were other clones here, as long as he had complete control of the first territory, great demon god's clone wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. If he didn't expose himself, Yang Kai could still kill him. Yang Kai relaxed a little, but before he could catch his breath, he suddenly noticed something strange outside. With a flash, Yang Kai left the small sealed world bead and arrived in front of Raleigh. Wuxia, who was beside him, had a pale look on her pretty face as she stared blankly ahead, calling out Yang Kai's name over and over again for an unknown amount of time. However, Yang Kai had been busy fighting with Emo Xing and had no time to divert his attention. Naturally, he didn't hear it. After dealing with Emo Xing, he focused on searching the third territory and only noticed it when everything was over. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, Wuxia immediately said, "What took you so long? If you hadn't come out, we would have been finished." Yang Kai frowned. "Why are you panicking? Look for yourself." Wuxia pointed in all directions. Yang Kai looked over with rapt attention, and he couldn't help but frown. The surrounding space seemed to have transformed into the stomach of an enormous monster, and it was actually wriggling and collapsing. Chaos gradually arose, and turbulence filled the surrounding space, causing one to feel an extremely great sense of danger. The void crevice. The scene in front of Wuxia was like doomsday, but Yang Kai couldn't be more familiar with it. This was clearly the void crevice. When did this change happen? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "Half a day ago," Wuxia hurriedly replied. "Not long after the big fish swallowed the last piece of land, this happened. At first, it wasn't very serious, but now, you can see it for yourself." Chapter 3728. Yang Kai inwardly chuckled. Boya's interests were somewhat peculiar. Back in the demon territory, she had clung onto Li Shiqing without letting go. Who would have thought that after so many years, she would still be obsessed with Li Shiqing? Sure. Boya was stunned for a moment. She hadn't expected Yang Kai to agree so readily. She still remembered how wary Yang Kai had been of her in the past. Back in the demon territory, he had never given her the chance to be alone with Li Shiqing. What did you say? Say it again. Boya was afraid that she had misheard and tried her best to verify. I said it's fine. Yang Kai transmitted his voice again. This time, Boya heard him clearly and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her previous depression and grievance were swept away like a fox that had stolen a chicken. If Yang Kai were standing in front of her, she would definitely pat Yang Kai's shoulder and say, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Now that her wish had been fulfilled, Boya was in a much better mood. Naturally, she didn't complain to Yang Kai and instead remained silent. Her meaning was obvious. She didn't want to disturb Yang Kai and wanted him to focus on finding a way out. Otherwise, if he couldn't even find a way back, he would really be trapped in this void crevice. Since she didn't say anything, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't try to make conversation. He kept shuttling through the void looking for a way out. However, he had no clue. Regardless of how profound his attainments in the Tao of space were, it was impossible for him to leave this place unless he was extremely lucky. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly came to a halt. The law of space lingered around his body, and the surrounding void turbulence seemed to be inadvertently attracted by some kind of power and brushed past him. It made him look like he was walking through a field of 10,000 flowers, but not a single leaf touched him. The reason he stopped was naturally not to wait for death. It was because Yang Kai had suddenly thought of something. He couldn't connect to the origin of the territory of the astral world and couldn't guide him back, but what about the will of the astral world? He had obtained the legacy of the great emperors of the bright moon world, so he had the recognition of the astral world. Although this kind of recognition didn't have any effect on his strength, the benefits it contained were very obvious. The biggest characteristic was that the efficiency of his cultivation had increased. This was something that Yang Kai had immediately noticed when he returned to the astral world from the demon territory after advancing to the upper-rank demon king. Another benefit was that he could sense some special changes in the astral plane. For example, during the Second War of the Two Realms, when the 10 demon saint arrived in the astral plane and the barrier between the heavens and earth was broken, he could clearly sense that this was an ability that only the great emperors had. Others, not even Li Wui, could do it. In addition, there was another benefit that couldn't be seen or touched, and that was luck. Something like luck was illusory and untraceable, but it really existed. Some people had good luck, while others had bad luck. Those with good luck could still survive after falling off a cliff, and they might even be able to obtain a martial Dao secret scripture left behind by a senior expert. As for those with bad luck, even if they obtained a supreme scripture, they might still become the demon race during cultivation and die an unnatural death. In the world of martial Dao, there was a saying that luck was also a part of one's strength. At certain critical moments, this unclear luck was very likely to allow a person to turn danger into safety, or even turn misfortune into good luck. Yang Kai's luck had always been very good. However, when he was lying down, Yang Kai did not pay much attention to him, but now that he was sitting up, Yang Kai discovered that the giant's head was bald and shiny, like a round sun. But at this moment, Yang Kai was not in the mood to pay attention to this. Seeing that the giant had woken up, he did not want to stay any longer, his figure flashing and breaking through the sky. This kind of existence was not something he could contend with. It was lucky that he was able to escape, but if he did not run, he would be waiting for death. Until now, he still did not know what the hell this giant was. The only thing he was sure of was that he could not provoke such a terrifying existence. Could it be a creature from outside the universe? So, when he came out of the void, he was actually outside the universe? In his heart, he was a little speechless. When he killed Mo Sheng, he was still thinking that one day he would go and see the scenery outside the universe. He did not expect that his wish would come true so quickly. However, he did not see the scenery, but he did see a terrifying giant. After several teleportations, Yang Kai did not know how far he had run, but when he felt that it should be safe, he stopped and turned his head to look back. Suddenly, he was scared out of his wits. In front of him was an incomparably huge face, its eyes filled with dissatisfaction and anger staring straight at him, its nostrils emitting hot air that seemed capable of melting the universe. At this moment, the giant flipped one of its hands, its palm in front of him, and Yang Kai was actually inside the giant's palm. The 5 fingers around him were like 5 mountains, shrouding the world. Shocked, Yang Kai once again urged his space principles, but his figure flickered and he was unable to escape, remaining in place. The universe above palm. Yang Kai's face changed greatly. This giant's palm was like a world of its own, and Yang Kai could not even escape from this giant's palm. Just now, he thought that he was really safe, but he was a little naive. Such a divine technique was beyond his imagination. This giant's cultivation far surpassed his own, so in front of this giant, Yang Kai estimated that it would be difficult for him to escape. In this desperate situation, Yang Kai's anger was aroused, his eyes widening as he shouted, "You bastard, why are you trying to capture me?" With an angry roar, Yang Kai urged his dragon pressure. The roar coming from his mouth was actually a dragon's roar. After shouting, Yang Kai felt some regret. This giant looked very angry. If he had spoken properly, he might have been able to survive, but now that he had suddenly shouted, what would he do if he angered this giant? Yang Kai's size was just enough to fit between the giant's teeth. Just as he was feeling uneasy, he saw the giant's already huge eyes widen even more. His 2 eyebrows rose, revealing an extremely horrified expression, as if he had seen something terrifying. Yang Kai was stunned, mainly because the giant's facial expression changed too quickly, making it difficult for him to accept. Moreover, such a fierce and vicious fellow actually showed a horrified expression. It was simply too inconceivable. Yang Kai opened his mouth again, still roaring like a dragon's roar. "I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?" He wondered if this fellow could understand him. The giant's face became more and more fearful. Opening its mouth, it said in a timid voice, "Adao is sleeping." Seeing how large the giant's body was and how loud its voice was, Yang Kai didn't expect it to speak so softly. At least he didn't feel uncomfortable. "Ada." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Is that your name?" "Ada is only sleeping," the giant repeated. Although the demon race army was strong, Star World also had 14 legions gathered here, and there were as many as 15 half-saint false emperors. It could be said that they had poured all the strength of the entire southern territory into this battle. But with the continuous expansion of the demon land, the Star World army's defensive line also shrank step by step, gradually showing signs of exhaustion. This phenomenon was not obvious at first, but as time passed, the gap between the two sides grew larger and larger. Especially after the aftereffects of the bloodthirst technique broke out, the combat power of the Star World army was greatly reduced. On the other hand, the demon race army seemed to have the help of the gods in the demon land. The battle situation was extremely unfavorable for the Star World army. In the battlefield, 3 young girls were standing side by side with pale faces. They were confronting a sage-level powerhouse. One of them was Lan Sun. Originally, she was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if she was the daughter of Bright Moon and had a special physique, it was impossible for her to survive in front of a half-saint. But last time, she took the risk to refine the Universe Tower, and with the help of this ancient exotic treasure, she broke through to the Third-Order Emperor realm in one fell swoop. Although she was still inferior to a half-saint, she at least had the power to fight. Moreover, the Universe Tower's power was extraordinary, and even the half-saint was afraid of it. It was only with the help of others that she was able to hold on until now. But now, she was also an arrow at the end of its flight. Even if she had an ancient rare treasure in her hands, the gap in strength between the two of them was not something that could be easily closed. She couldn't help but feel bitter. Originally, she had aspired to revive the might of Star Soul Palace and carry on her father's dying wish to protect the Southern Territory while she was still alive. But now, Star Soul Palace was about to be eroded into a demonic land, so how could she realize her ambition? Beside her, a young girl with a naive face wore a big black pot on her head. She looked very funny, but when the half-saint's gaze fell on the black pot, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Previously, he had underestimated his enemy too much and was sucked into the black pot by this young girl. He almost couldn't come out. If it weren't for his cultivation being much higher than her, he would have been trapped inside and died. The primal chaos intent in the black pot was still fresh in his memory. Such a shocking battle in the Southern Territory could almost determine the ownership of the Southern Territory, so how could the demon race's 3 demon saint and the dragon race's 2 great elders be absent? However, these 5 did not intervene in the battle. For the dragon race's 2 great elders, although they were husband and wife, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. If they rashly intervened in the battle, it would definitely draw the attention of the 3 demon saint cultivators. At that time, the star boundary situation would only become worse, so the 2 of them only hid high up in the sky and watched. Unless they had no other choice, they would not easily intervene. The reason they appeared here was mainly to act as a deterrent. As for the 3 demon race demon saint cultivators, even if they fought with the dragon race's 2 great elders, they might not be able to do anything to them. In a 3 versus 2 situation, they did indeed have the upper hand, but it was impossible to kill the other side. Over the past few years, the 2 sides had fought more than once, so they were quite familiar with each other's strength. The dragon race's 2 great elders were willing to wait and see, so they were happy to see them. Just as Lan Sun's trio was conversing, the demon race's 3 demon saint cultivators also exchanged glances, revealing looks of surprise. Although they did not know what was going on with the aura leaking from the clouds, the only thing they were certain of was that this movement definitely did not come from the demon territory. If it was not the demon territory, could it be the star boundary? Frowning, the 3 demon saint cultivators looked in the direction of the dragon race's 2 great elders and soon discovered that Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu were also frowning and looking in their direction with suspicious eyes. Looking at each other, Xueli grinned and Fu Xiu coldly snorted. If these 3 were here, conquering the star boundary would be a piece of cake. It was precisely because of him that these 3 demon saint changed sides. Now, the war over the star boundary was still in a deadlock. Although the final victory belonged to the demon race, the time and energy wasted could not be made up for. The moment his murderous intent erupted, the auras of the 2 great elders of the dragon race immediately locked onto Xueli. Xueli turned his head and smiled coldly at Zhu Yan and Fu Tun. Today, the Star Soul Palace's defeat was already set. Even if Yang Kai appeared, It was impossible to change the situation unless he had the power of the great emperors. Therefore, even though Shueli wanted nothing more than to kill Yang Kai, he would not rashly act and affect the nerves of the two great elders of the dragon race. Below, Yang Kai raised his head and looked up. There was nothing in his field of vision, but his gaze pierced through the void as he smiled faintly in the direction of the three-demon saint. Interesting, he can actually see it. Huobu chuckled, his rolling body trembling non-stop. Fu Yu twirled her fingers as she considered whether she should shoot Yang Kai to death with an arrow. After thinking about it, she probably did not have a chance to shoot with the two old dragons beside her. "Uncle, be careful," Lin Yun suddenly exclaimed. The moment Yang Kai raised his head, the nearby stone demon half-saint had already made his move. Raising his palm, he slapped down at Yang Kai from afar. A huge black palm immediately appeared in the sky. Yang Kai did not seem to notice it and did not move at all. In the blink of an eye, his palm slapped down. With a loud bang, the place where Yang Kai was standing shattered. Lin Yun's face was dull, Mo Shaoqi cried out involuntarily, and Lan Sun's face was also pale. Even though they knew that Yang Kai, who had comprehended the space principles, could not be killed so easily, they could not relax until they were sure that he was safe. Fortunately, in the next moment, Yang Kai's figure reappeared, his tattered clothes making him look quite comical. At some point, he had arrived in front of the stone demon half-saint, his expression solemn as he thrust his spear towards the stone demon half-saint, shouting in a low voice, "I'll use you as a sacrifice for my spear." Since obtaining this blue dragon spear, Yang Kai had been constantly on his way. Although he had encountered many thrilling situations, his spear had never tasted blood. A half-saint was more than enough to sacrifice his spear. Seeing Yang Kai act so bravely and recklessly, the stone demon was stunned for a moment before he sneered, "You overestimate yourself." His big hand reached out to grab the spear. He was a stone demon, so his defense was innately strong. Even a half-saint like him would not be able to break through his defenses easily. Although Yang Kai's spear was not weak and the Demon King could not contend with it, how could the stone demon put it in his eyes? As long as he could grab the spear and drag him over, he could smash his head with a single punch. The demon saint had said that whoever could kill Yang Kai would receive their personal guidance. With his current cultivation and the guidance of the demon saint, if he had the right opportunity, he might even become the new demon saint. All these beautiful things were shattered in front of this spear. The moment his big hand grabbed the spear, he felt a piercing pain in his palm. The defense he was so proud of was completely useless in front of this spear, as if it was made of paper. The spear directly pierced a hole in his palm, and without losing any momentum, it stabbed towards his head. The stone demon was shocked by this sudden change. How is this possible? His defense, which was strong enough to resist the attacks of a half-saint of the same rank, was actually broken through. He simply could not accept this. Although his mind was shaken, he was still a half-saint. How could he be killed so easily? Seeing the spear rapidly grow in front of him, he hurriedly turned his head, barely avoiding this terrifying attack, and at the same time, quickly retreated. The black dragon spear was pulled out of his palm, bringing with it a large amount of blood. Yang Kai was like a shadow, closely chasing after him. His face was like jade, and his spear was like a dragon. Boundless spear images enveloped the stone demon half-saint. Lan Sun and the others were dumbfounded. Although they knew that Yang Kai's strength was not something they could compare to, and that fighting those stronger than him was nothing out of the ordinary for him. Previously, he had fought many times against fake emperor and half-saint powerhouses and luckily managed to survive, but how was he able to force a stone demon half-saint to retreat with just his own strength? They had originally planned to rescue Yang Kai, but after seeing this scene, how could they dare to rashly intervene? At this time, they would only disrupt Yang Kai's rhythm and might even ruin his plans. After looking at each other, they immediately flew out and surrounded the stone demon half-saint from 3 sides, not giving him a chance to escape. It was clearly a delicate body, but at this moment, it had become even heavier than a mountain. When Lin Yun grabbed onto the stone devil's shoulders with both hands, the stone devil's body actually lowered, its knees bent, and it almost knelt on the ground. At the place where it stood, a dull sound erupted, and the ground cracked open. Yang Kai's spear arrived, his face filled with murderous intent. The stone demon wanted to dodge, but how could he? With a swish, the spear pierced through his chest. Yang Kai's demon chi surged as he shouted, "Die!" Kong. The stone demon half-saint's body staggered back as terrifying demon chi erupted from his body. Lin Yun cried out in alarm as she was sent flying. A green vine shot out from the side and wrapped around her. It was Lan Sun who had acted in time. Lin Yun nodded. There was no need to thank her. Over the past few days, the three girls had fought side by side, going through life and death together, so they had already formed an extraordinary friendship. Raising his head, he saw that there was a huge hole in the chest of the stone devil half-saint. From the front to the back, he could clearly see the wriggling organs inside the bloody hole. How could an ordinary person survive such a serious injury? However, as long as one's demon heart was not extinguished, the demon race would not die. This stone demon half-saint obviously had more than one demon heart. However, at this moment he no longer had the majesty of a half-saint. For the first time, fear appeared on his angular, stone-carved-like face as he stared at Yang Kai as if he had seen a ghost. His feet involuntarily retreated. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, but he actually turned around and fled. If Yang Kai had only shown the strength he could see now, he might have been able to fight back. Even if he didn't have a good time, Yang Kai's end wouldn't be any better. However, the strange power attached to his wound terrified him. He couldn't resolve it or suppress it. Once he was infected by this power, he could only wait for death. This strange power completely destroyed his confidence in fighting Yang Kai to the death. However, he had only taken a few steps when a giant dragon suddenly pounced in front of him. The giant dragon opened its ferocious mouth and bit at him. He had seen this scene many times before, so he knew that this giant dragon wasn't a giant dragon. It was just Yang Kai's attack that had affected his mind, giving him an illusion. He suddenly realized that Yang Kai was someone who comprehended the laws of space. How could he escape from him? Before he could finish his thoughts, he felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer. Then his thoughts sank and his surroundings turned dark. He actually killed him. Lan Sun's small mouth was slightly agape as her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. She stared blankly at Yang Kai, who had single-handedly grabbed a spear and pierced through his enemy's head. That moment of majesty dazzled her. "We won! We won!" Lin Yun jumped up and cheered. She, Lan Sun, and Mo Shaoqi had been dealing with this stone demon half-saint for several days, escaping death countless times. In the end, they were only able to delay this half-saint thanks to the power of various treasures. However, Yang Kai had only appeared for half a cup of tea's time before he killed this half-saint with his spear. She didn't consider how big the gap in strength was between her and Yang Kai. She only knew that everyone had killed him together, so she was naturally happy. The stone demon half-saint's head had been pierced through, so even if he still had other demon hearts in his body, he couldn't move for a while. Yang Kai naturally took advantage of his weakness to take his life. He stabbed the black dragon spear a few times and directly blasted half of his body into dust. This time, he couldn't be more dead. Fortunately, Xueli and the others were also somewhat apprehensive and were not willing to escalate the battle. Even if their expressions were not worried and their killing intent leaked, they had no intention of dealing with Yang Kai. "Be careful!" On the battlefield, Yang Kai instructed Lan Sun and the others. He raised his hand and with a whinny, Wind Chaser appeared. Yang Kai mounted his horse and pointed his spear at the place where the demon race was gathered. Wind Chaser snorted, breathing out hot air, and charged out with 4 flaming hooves. A golden light flashed. No one could see Yang Kai's figure, but wherever the golden light passed, the demon race fell like straws. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had charged from one spirit mountain to the other spirit mountain, plowing a long trail of death behind him. When Windchaser reappeared, the demon race that had been sent flying exploded into powder in midair, leaving not even their bones behind. On this spirit mountain, Li Wui was fighting two half-saints by himself. Of these two half-saints, one was a shadow demon that appeared and disappeared unpredictably, while the other was a blood demon that had transformed into a boundless sea of blood that wrapped around Li Wui, creating an opportunity for the shadow demon to kill Li Wui. Yang Kai rushed all the way here with the might of killing a half-saint, and the boundless sea of blood involuntarily parted for him to pass through. Perhaps they were unwilling to face Yang Kai head-on, or perhaps they wanted to catch a turtle in a jar, but the latter was more likely. Although Li Wui was known as the strongest under the great emperors, he was still not strong enough to fight two opponents at once. He could protect himself, but it would be difficult for him to kill anyone. When the two sides met, Li Wui nodded slightly to Yang Kai. "You're back." "I'm back." Yang Kai grinned, rested the blue dragon spear on his shoulder, and looked around. "Do you have a good plan?" "We can't hold on any longer. We can only retreat with as much strength as possible," Li Wui sighed. It wasn't that the 14 armies of the Star Boundary were no match for the demon race. The difference in numbers and strength between the two sides was almost the same, so at most, both sides would suffer heavy losses. However, the demon land was rapidly eroding Star Soul Palace, and it would only take a few days for Star Soul Palace to be completely reduced to a part of the demon land. At that time, the demon race would fight in the demon land, greatly increasing their strength, and the human side would be suppressed. This was not a battle to begin with. Yang Kai nodded. "I understand. Since that is the case, then give the order as soon as possible. Where there is life, there is hope. Lend me a hand." Li Wui stepped forward. Although he was trapped in the sea of blood, Li Wui could still feel the battle between Yang Kai and the stone demon half-saint. He knew that after 3 years, Yang Kai was no longer the same as before, so there was no need to worry about his safety. Yang Kai grinned. "Good." Pulling Zhui Feng's body, he pointed the blue dragon spear and shouted, "Kill!" Zhui Feng flashed like lightning and rushed into the sea of blood. This time, the sea of blood did not split into two sides. The blood demon hiding in the sea of blood was eager to see Yang Kai walk right into his trap, so how could he let him go so easily? Falling into the sea of blood was tantamount to falling into his net, his life and death in his hands. Inside the sea of blood, Yang Kai surged like a dragon, stirring up the sea of blood, but he was still unable to catch a glimpse of the blood demon, often disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai coldly snorted, holding the blue dragon spear in one hand while opening his other hand and pressing it towards the void, sneering, "Devour!" Space principles fluctuated, and where the palm pressed down, a void vortex suddenly appeared. The sea of blood involuntarily surged into this vortex, disappearing in large patches. Seeing this, the blood demon hiding in the sea of blood's expression turned cold. With a thought, the sea of blood around Yang Kai became extremely viscous. At the same time, a ferocious giant beast suddenly condensed in front of him, opening its mouth to bite at Yang Kai. But this was not the end. Behind Yang Kai, a figure strangely appeared and a cold light pierced towards Yang Kai's back. It was the shadow demon hiding in the sea of blood that had made his move. Yang Kai only felt a chill in his heart and the hairs on his body stand on end. Although he sensed the shadow demon's attack, he didn't care, only thrusting his spear towards the giant beast in front of him. Just as the shadow demon was about to succeed, Li Wui suddenly appeared, his cold eyes staring at the shadow demon as he raised his hand and gently swatted at him. The black fog covering the shadow demon's face couldn't help but change, showing the struggle in his heart. If he didn't stop now, although he could severely injure Yang Kai, he wouldn't be much better off. In the end, his own life was more important. At this critical moment, the shadow demon immediately returned to defend, clashing with Li Wui. His figure quickly dissipated, and it seemed that he wanted to hide again. "Since you've come out, Then stay here. Li Wu-yi smiled faintly, the space principles fluctuating around his body, enveloping the shadow demon in a flash. The shadow demon's originally faint figure couldn't help but solidify, and in an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle. At the same time, Yang Kai pierced the giant beast's figure with his spear and turned his head to look to the side. Found you. The blood demon was hiding in the sea of blood, concealing his aura, so he couldn't pinpoint his location. However, it was fine if the blood demon didn't make a move, but once he did, there would be traces. With his divine sense surpassing that of a half-saint, it wasn't too difficult to lock onto that fleeting aura. He jumped off Xuefeng's body and stabbed his spear towards the sea of blood. A figure suddenly appeared in the originally empty sea of blood. It was the blood demon who was hiding here. His scarlet eyes were filled with shock, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to find his location with his cultivation. However, he had learned from the stone demon half-saint's example. He knew that Yang Kai's blue dragon spear was extraordinarily powerful, so how could it be so easily hit? He didn't move, but his figure floated backwards like a ghost. Yang Kai grinned at him and shouted in a low voice, "Grow!" Before the blood demon could react to what was going on, the black dragon spear suddenly expanded and rapidly pierced towards his chest. The blood demon was greatly alarmed. Since he was caught off guard, it was already too late for him to dodge. When Zishan spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered, "If I knew you were hiding in the dark, I wouldn't have pretended to be dead. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come out." As he spoke, he swung his sword and turned the two halves of the shadow demon's body into dust. The dejected expression on his face was swept away and he was full of satisfaction. Suddenly, he felt two scorching gazes behind him that seemed to want to burn him. When Zishan shrunk his neck and shouted to his left and right, "Hold on. Even if we die, we can't let these demon bastards take a step forward." The elders of the Emperor realm of Azure Sun Temple immediately responded, "Yes." Only Murong Xiao glanced at Gao Xueting with sorrow. She saw that Gao Xueting's beautiful eyes were still filled with tears, but a cold smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The fierce sun mirror that was originally hanging above her head burst into a dazzling light at this moment. A flame spurted out from the mirror and blasted forward, brushing past Wen Zishan's head and burning dozens of demon race into flames. Wen Zishan swallowed his saliva and raised his hand to touch his hair. He felt a pinch of ash and the smell of burnt hair came to his nose. "Brother Wen, there's movement ahead." Ma Qing suddenly shouted in a low voice and looked in a certain direction with a solemn expression. Wen Zishan couldn't care less and listened carefully. Sure enough, there was a rumbling sound coming from the depths of the demon race's army. Looking over, he saw a cloud of smoke rushing straight towards them. Wherever it passed, the demon race's army was split apart like a stream of water. "It's one of us." When Zishan raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Ma Qing was stunned. There are still people who haven't retreated? Yang Kai hasn't returned. In a few words, Wen Zishan had already determined the identity of the person who came and was overjoyed. Yang Kai's cultivation was now extraordinary and his combat strength was great. If he could help, the pressure on guarding the entrance of the valley would be greatly reduced. Wen Zishan was right. The person who rushed from the rear of the demon race was indeed Yang Kai, but he was not alone. He was charging at the front, his azure dragon spear cutting a bloody path, followed by dozens of people. These were the Star Realm soldiers who had not been able to evacuate in time and were separated from the battlefield. Yang Kai spread out his divine sense and covered the entire Star Soul Palace, finding everyone's location and going to them one by one to help them, which was why he had come back so late. Most of the people had been taken into the sealed world bead, leaving the Emperor realm behind to provide support. Although there were only a few dozen people under the leadership of Yang Kai, they were like a mighty flood of steel, crushing the demon race's army with a rumble. Facing an enemy 10,000 times their number, they had not suffered a single casualty. The dozens of people from the Emperor realm were full of admiration and finally understood why Yang Kai could become a corps commander when everyone else was an Emperor realm master. This kind of strength was simply not something the Emperor realm could possess. The dense demon race army was penetrated by Yang Kai's people, and when the front was suddenly empty, they had already killed their way out and arrived in front of the mountain valley. When everyone saw each other, they were naturally overjoyed. Many of the masters who had stayed at the entrance of the mountain valley nodded to Yang Kai, their eyes full of gratitude. The dozens of people from the Emperor realm who were brought back by Yang Kai were all their companions and fellow disciples. They had thought that they would definitely die on the battlefield, but now they had returned unscathed. Naturally, it was all thanks to Yang Kai, so how could they not be grateful? With the momentum to kill an army of millions, Yang Kai turned around and swept his gaze across the front. The demon race army that had gathered like a tide involuntarily took a few steps back, as if frightened by his murderous intent. Is there anyone else? When Xianxia wiped the blood from his face and asked Yang Kai shook his head and said, "This is the last batch." When Xianxia's heart relaxed, "That's good." He called out to everyone, "Those who are exhausted and injured, evacuate first. We will follow later." Yang Kai turned to look at him and said, "All of you leave, I will stay." Ma Qing was stunned. "You alone?" Yang Kai grinned, "One person is enough." When Xianxia's expression was solemn, "Boy," Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped him. "Master Li and the others are still entangled with the half-saint in the demon territory. If you don't evacuate, they won't be able to leave. Only if you evacuate first will they be able to escape safely." When Xianxia hesitated, "But if you are alone," Yang Kai smiled slightly, "Since I am staying, I am naturally confident. Also, once you evacuate, if I can't beat you, I can leave at any time." Hearing him say this, when Xianxia also felt that it was true. Yang Kai was proficient in the law of space, so he could naturally escape at any time if he couldn't beat them. The others wouldn't have this convenience, so he didn't waste any time and nodded, "Then be careful." After a great battle, one's mind would be relaxed. This was the best time to launch a sneak attack. Yang Kai had just shaken the sand demon hanging on his spear into pieces when the first arrow arrived in front of him. Its speed was so fast that even Yang Kai couldn't dodge in time. The moment the cold reached his body, Yang Kai stimulated his demon chi, and the flesh on his chest contracted. With a muffled thud, the one zhang long arrow penetrated 3 inches into his flesh. Yang Kai was pushed back a few steps by the huge force before he could stabilize himself. His spear danced, knocking away the rest of the arrows. The group of demon kings were dumbstruck. They looked at Yang Kai in a daze, crying out in alarm in their hearts. He didn't die even after that? The arrow that hit Yang Kai's chest didn't seem to have any abnormalities, but the red ribbon on the tail of the arrow clearly showed the identity of its owner. The one who shot this arrow was the strongest among the feather demons besides the demon saint and half-saint. Even a stone demon with a powerful innate defense would be penetrated by this arrow. Just how strong was this human's body? Yang Kai's face was gloomy. He reached out and grabbed the arrow that was still faintly fighting in his chest. He pulled it out fiercely and lowered his head to look at it. Sure enough, it was easier to dodge a spear in the open than an arrow in the dark. If it was him 3 years ago, even if he had a half-dragon body, he might not have been able to block this arrow. But in the ancient battlefield, dozens of years were like a day. After being tempered by the 2 forces, the growth of his body was no longer the same as before. Not to mention his half-dragon body had already grown from 300 zhang to 100 zhang. The growth of his half-dragon body also meant that the origin of the dragon race was stimulated. Naturally, his body would become even more powerful. Even so, that arrow still broke through his defense. If it had penetrated 2 inches more, he might have been in danger. If a high-grade Demon King level feather demon could do this, then what about a half-saint level feather demon? Fuyu? With a clench of his fist, the arrow that was comparable to a demonic treasure broke into 2. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head. His scarlet eyes were like those of a wild beast. Through the barrier of the void, he stared at a figure more than 10 li away. Then he grinned maliciously. Facing this pair of terrifying eyes, the expression of the feather demon who had launched a sneak attack changed greatly. Without hesitation, he swayed his body and landed in the middle of the demon race army, trying to blend in and hide his tracks. A gust of wind came from behind. It scraped against his back, causing him to feel pain. It seemed that even a layer of his flesh had been removed. Looking back, he saw that Yang Kai, who was originally more than 10 li away, had already appeared at the place where he was originally standing. She already knew that to an enemy who was proficient in the law of space, a distance of more than 10 li was equivalent to being face to face. Therefore, as soon as she sensed that something was wrong, she fled. Now, it seemed that it was fortunate that she reacted quickly. Otherwise, it would have pointed to disaster. Oh! Seeing that the feather demon had unexpectedly dodged his attack, Yang Kai couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. His feet didn't move, but his figure followed like a shadow. He chased after the feather demon and rushed into the middle of the demon race army. In an instant, as if a handful of salt had been sprinkled into a pot of oil, the army of millions was in chaos. Countless members of the demon race were sent flying into the air, their bodies exploding one after another. That feather demon only felt a murderous intent locking onto him from behind. How could he dare to look back? He only knew that he absolutely couldn't stop, otherwise, only death would await him. He didn't care about the casualties of the ordinary demon race. Wherever there were more people, he would go, hoping to escape from Yang Kai's pursuit. Bastard! In front of the valley, a high-ranked demon king who had been injured by Yang Kai flew into a rage. He wasn't angry at the feather demon. After all, the feather demon was also a high-ranked demon king. He was angry that Yang Kai didn't care about the demon race and actually had the guts to rush into the army. As he cursed, he was about to turn around and fight again. However, a power demon pressed down on his shoulder. The power demon slowly shook his head and said, "This person is proficient in the law of space. You saw his strength just now. I'm afraid we can't do anything to him unless a half-saint master intervenes." There was something he didn't say in his heart. Perhaps even a half-saint might not be able to do anything. Instead of wasting our energy on him, why don't we chase after the remaining enemies? When the demon kings heard this, they all nodded. First of all, this power demon's words were indeed reasonable. Yang Kai had escaped from a demon saint. Although this old demon army was large, if he really wanted to escape, no one could do anything to him. Second of all, the battle just now had made them wary of Yang Kai. They would rather face Wen Zishan and the others and the 14 armies of the Star Boundary than fight with Yang Kai again. It had already turned into a mass of flesh and blood. The light in its eyes quickly disappeared, and its vitality dissipated. It fell from Yang Kai's palm to the ground. Asterisk huff. Asterisk Yang Kai's nostrils spurted out a scorching dragon breath, and he grinned at the numerous members of the demon race. He grabbed the tail of the Azure Dragon Spear and raised it high. Seeing this scene, the hearts of every member of the demon race jumped. The complexions of the demon kings changed greatly, and they quickly shouted, "Retreat!" As the words fell, the numerous demon kings retreated with all their might. But even if they could run away, how could the demon army that was swarming over escape? Previously, when they swarmed forward, each one ran faster than the other, but now, when they wanted to retreat, there were many obstacles, and behind them were their own people. The army was in chaos, and they couldn't get into formation. The Azure Dragon Spear brought out a straight cold light and heavily smashed into the ground. Kong. Where the spear landed, the earth collapsed, and countless members of the demon race were directly smashed into nothingness by this spear. The violent shockwave swept in all directions, and the demon race on both sides fell like straws. A terrifying shockwave came, and the fallen demon race were all sent flying into the sky, exploding into pieces. The power of this spear smashed open a death zone more than 10 kilometers long and several kilometers wide in the middle of the demon race army. None of the demon race soldiers in this range survived. Yang Kai didn't raise the spear, and tightly held the end of the spear, the body of the spear close to the ground, and swept it again. After a round trip, with him as the center, the entire fan-shaped area in front of him was deathly silent. The sound of gulping could be heard incessantly, and many members of the demon race kept swallowing their saliva. With such a terrifying monster, who could fight against it without a half-saint? Even if they had an army of millions, could they stop the slaughter of such a monster? However, before Yang Kai could be complacent, Zhu Yan's cry of alarm sounded in his ears. "Yang Kai, be careful." At the same time, a chill spread throughout his body, making him feel cold all over. Yang Kai even smelled the scent of death coming towards him. At the critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai was neither sad nor happy, and his mind miraculously fell into a kind of ethereal state. He straightened his body, withdrew the spear, and thrust it straight into the void. Driven by instinct, Yang Kai was still in a state of thoughtlessness, but when he thrust the spear, he felt an incomparable carefree feeling, as if all the essence, energy, and spirit in his body were released with this spear. He only felt that this was the most powerful attack he had ever used in his life, and it actually had a kind of meaning that was in accordance with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Jiao panicked and nodded. I heard it." Shanqing Luo sighed leisurely. "When husband was unconscious, he kept muttering the names of us sisters. It really hurts." Jiao forced out a smile. "Junior brother has you all in his heart. Even if he is unconscious, he will naturally think of you." Luo tilted his head and looked at her. "Elder sister is right." She raised a finger and pointed it at her red lips. She had a cute and innocent look on her face, but she was also very charming. "But elder sister, Lord husband also called your name." Ji Yao's tender body trembled and a blush appeared on her face. She asked in a panic, "Did he?" "Yes." Shanqing Luo blinked her big eyes and looked at her innocently. "What's going on?" "Elder sister, do you owe husband money?" "No, no such thing." Ji Yao's face turned even redder. She suddenly felt like her adultery had been seen through and was at a loss. Shanqing Luo thoughtfully said, "Oh, then husband must be confused." Jiao forced a smile and said, "It's good that brother Yang is awake. Honored master is still waiting for me to report back. I'll take my leave first." Looking at Jiao's fleeing figure, Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled. She really was a thin-skinned person.